Good morning, Commissioners, Chief, Mr. Tiefank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, September 21st, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Assistant Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for approximately 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in any number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. Thank you. Before we go to the Chief of Police report this morning, I'd like to make a brief comment to the commissioners. We have a very robust meeting today, and I would ask that the commissioners limit their comments and time to no more than 10 minutes per agenda item. Thank you. With that, I'd open it up to the Chief of Police for his report.
Morning, Commissioner President Briggs, members of the Commission, Acting Inspector General, City Attorney, Mr. Tiefank. As I do each week, I'm going to talk briefly about our COVID-19 update as to the department operations. We have seen, as the rest of the county has, a continued slowing of new cases of COVID-19 as far as its impact on our personnel. However, we did see 24 additional cases this last week, which now bring us to a total of 3,126 of our personnel, the majority being our civilian or our sworn staff. And we have also seen a further reduction in the number of personnel that have recovered and have returned to work. We saw now 3,028 of our personnel that are now back at work. That's an increase of 82 from last week. As a reminder, last week's report had a weekly average of 45. So we are accelerating in the number of recovery cases. We now have 120 of our personnel at home recovering from this. 6 of them, however, are hospitalized with 2 released. So we've seen a mixed bag there where we've seen some increased number of hospitalization. Last week's number was 4. Again, 2 have recovered to the point where they're now at home further recuperating, but we still have 6 individuals hospitalized, 2 of them in very, very grave condition. The 120 people that remain at home is a reduction of 26 from that number last week. Our mobile vaccination process continues with an increase of 315 additional personnel that were vaccinated this last week. And the department is this week moving to the city's vaccination platform. So all city departments now are sharing a common database with for all city employees. And going forward, we'll be reporting our vaccination rates on the basis of that data. One point of caution, we still have a substantial number of personnel, just over 4,000, that we are this last week, we're spending additional time to identify their vaccination status. Either they were vaccinated or they were not vaccinated. The program earlier had allowed the employee to decline to state. And as such, there were, as you can see from that number, a large number that did not fill out that requirement of yes or no on their vaccination. So, but with the information that we have as of last Friday, we now have 56% of our workforce that is fully vaccinated. And with that, the majority of 53% sworn, that's 5,010 of our employees that are now reporting being fully vaccinated. That vaccination report, by the way, is validated with an actual vaccine card. This is not just an employee stated vaccination level. 69% of our civilian staff have reported being vaccinated. That is 1,848 of our personnel. So I look forward to removing the backlog of the uncertainty as far as where the number of our personnel are vaccinated or not. Those 4,000, and speaking with our personnel department, just this morning, they have some 40 additional reports or matrices of additional information that will be entered into the city system. So next Tuesday, I'll have updated numbers, and I expect that the vaccination levels are going to continue to increase. The department on Friday continues to work with the CAO's office and with the city's EERC, our governing board that works with our labor units as to the development of the exemption forms for sincerely held religious beliefs, as well as for medical forms. And again, we will continue. We met with the city attorney's office to understand the mechanism in which to evaluate exemptions as they're applied for. And I'll have further information on that in the weeks ahead as that process moves forward. Next area I'd like to talk about is I'm going to cover essentially 3 different issues as far as instances this last week. 2 of them very positive. On Saturday, we had our 4th annual Heart of LAPD virtual walk. It was the 2nd year in a row in which this annual event, remembering, providing hope and healing for families that have suffered suicide from a law enforcement official, whether it be an employee in our sworn or civilian capacity. That it's a moment to bring families together, bring survivors together, and bring attention to this serious disease that affects so many in law enforcement. And I'm proud of the work of our behavioral science service section that is led by the Dr. Jablonski K. Denise's work in support of this initiative has been critical during this time, or some of the most stressful times in law enforcement. We've seen instances of mental health calls and outreach by our workers, by our personnel with BSS and other services increase significantly. This last year, we did lose an employee to suicide. And while I'm happy to report that we've seen a reduction in the level and the frequency of suicide in Los Angeles and within LAPD through our employee wellness and our efforts to bring help and assistance and destigmatize that the importance of that help and assistance, and that it's a matter of strength to reach out. Nonetheless, still a loss of a life this last year is still a terrible tragedy for the family, their friends, as well as for the colleagues here at work. Second area is Saturday night. I was proud to be a member of the Twice a Citizen Reserve Foundation Gala, where we recognized all of our reserve officers. This was an event that we had to postpone from last year, an annual event. It's a fundraising event for the foundation that provides needed support and assistance, particularly equipment for the more than 400 of our police reserves who are, as volunteers, do not have significant stipends or compensation to provide for uniforms and other necessary equipment that requires their use as they go about and do their patrols and work within LAPD. It was a COVID compliant environment. All participants were required to demonstrate their vaccination card and or testing. And again, it was an opportunity to really congratulate and thank the men and women for the work that they've done. Saturday was also a busy day for us in the city, as we had 7 different protests, marches, or demonstrations in the city, primarily in the central and western part of the city. Again, I'm proud of the work of our command officers and personnel who reached out to many of these various protests and marches and established good liaisons whenever possible to ensure that we could facilitate First Amendment activities, marches, demonstrations, and yet at the same time ensure the safety of all personnel involved. Hundreds participated in these various marches, and simultaneously we monitored leading up to and on Saturday the J6 demonstrations in Washington, D.C. To see what, if any, residual impact we might have here in Los Angeles. Fortunately, I'm happy to report that we saw none of the type of activities, while small in DC, ones that were very concerning to all of us as to the aftermath of the insurrection of January 6th. What would that demonstration look like? There were no categorical uses of force during this last week, which leads us to no change in our categorical officer involved shooting numbers. We remained at 25 year to date versus 19 last year. That's a 31, just over a 31% increase from the year before, and just above our 4-year average. The number of fatals remain at 9 in our officer involved shootings versus 6 last year, and that number is just below the 4-year average. In regards to crime, I want to take a moment and talk about 2 different aspects of it. Violent crime continues to be our nemesis. Our homicides remain at a 20% increase this year versus last. That's 48 additional homicides this year versus last year, and over a 2-year period, that's a 42% increase. Our shooting violence is what's driving much of that, with 1,046 shooting victims year to date versus 811 last year. That's a 29% increase, 235 additional shooting victims. And that number is essentially, that increase has essentially remained flat over the month of August, meaning that the earlier year-to-date increases month to month essentially flattened out in August. Beginning of August, we had 243 additional shooting victims, which at that point stood at a 39% increase year over year. And looking at the underlying aspects of violent crime, which stand at a 6.1% increase year to date, that's 1,224 additional crimes. An area that's drawing more and more focus from us is the percentage of robberies that involve persons who are armed with a firearm. As I reported last week, robberies essentially remained flat in the city as far as change over from 1 year to the next. And over a 2-year period, we still have a 16% reduction in the number of robberies overall. However, as we dig into the data, we see that in particular areas of the city, we've seen the percentage of robberies involving a firearm increase significantly. And what I mean by that, to give some context to this, and we'll be providing a stat sheet that lists all of these numbers as well as much more greater detail for each command in comparison to this year versus last year, this year versus 2019, as far as those those robberies that involve the use of a firearm in the proportionality. When you see robberies, and I'll frame this in regards to 19, when you see robberies decrease by 16%, yet you see an overall increase in the percentage of those that represent firearms, use of firearms. It tells you that the lethality or the mortality, the dangerousness of that robbery has increased significantly. And we've seen that particularly in the Hollywood, Wilshire, Pacific, Central, and Hollenbeck areas, where, for instance, in West Bureau, this year versus, and I'm going to use 2019 in my statements just because 2020 is such an anomaly with the COVID pandemic. But in West Bureau, we have nearly a 23% increase in the number of robberies in that command that involved a firearm. That's 67 additional robberies that had a firearm. Leading that increase was Hollywood area, which had an increase of 40 additional robberies, which represent a 68% of an increase of the proportionality of robberies to be 68%. So the number of robberies in Hollywood has increased 6.5% since 2019. So they've increased, but proportionality, the robberies involving a firearm have increased much, much more. That's been mirrored in these other commands as well. And the commands are responding through the use of added footbeats and patrols, outreach to our business communities, outreach to our community for awareness that these are many times street robberies, some commercial robberies, where individual sometimes lone individuals, many times 2 and 3 deep of suspects are swarming an individual, stealing items such as loose jewelry, high-end watches, and so forth in a street robbery. In other instances, these are robberies that are occurring inside a retail establishment. Our efforts have been to date is to bring awareness to it. Secondly, to increase our foot beats and patrols. I want to thank again our reserve unit who on this Saturday was in the Wilshire area conducting foot beats and along the Melrose corridor in an effort to increase visibility and deter such acts of violence. Additionally, we've used our violent crime task force, the overtime monies that we've identified, those hours, to strengthen patrols, as well as to strengthen investigations. And my first 6-week report from all the commands from the Office of Operations has shown significant results that we'll be releasing this week via social media channels about how we've seen both anecdotally these added resources deter and lower the instances of violent crime, including robberies, in these neighborhoods that we're identifying, as well as solving cases involving street robberies involving firearms. So I'm proud of that work. I am concerned about the increased proportionality. As I've said before, there's too many guns and too many hands. You'll be hearing a report in, I believe, this next week or the week after from our gun narcotics division, which will talk about our efforts to stem the flow of the increased number of handguns and firearms that we're seeing on the streets. Firearm arrests, weapon arrests continue to be up 80% this year versus last. So these are these efforts of our added personnel, our cops count, their work matters, where they're identifying individuals carrying weapons, carrying firearms and removing them, making arrests, removing them from the street as a means of deterring further acts of violence. But we need to also get to the source of where those weapons are coming from, where they're being manufactured or how they're being trafficked. And again, we'll have further information on that as we move forward. Lastly, we are closely monitoring our arrests for robberies as well as our arrests for persons who are carrying guns. I believe that accountability of those, the full criminal justice system and all of its levers need to be applied to these very dangerous and violent individuals, that we ensure that there's a deterrent value, but also an accountability for engaged in these types of crimes that can have such devastating effects on a person or individual's safety. Moving over to our personnel strength, as of the 11th of September, we are now at 9,473 personnel. From my last report, that's an increase of 48. We will have our next academy class starting next Monday, and today's presentation will on recruitment will include information on the demographics within that class has been previously requested. You will hear, I'll foretell it, that you will hear challenges that we're facing, particularly in our efforts on diversity as we're moving forward. But the presentation, I think, will also talk about our strategies to address that. In regards to our civilian deployment, we have 2,679 civilian personnel in our professional work classes. That's a decrease of 5 of our personnel. We stand at 404 of our police reserves, and that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Before I open it up to other commissioners, I just have a couple of questions with respect to COVID and vaccines. The negotiations between the city and the personnel and the unions with respect to the exemptions and the overall penalties, if any, for those officers who refuse to be vaccinated. What is the status and or timeline of those negotiations?
It is my understanding that those conversations and negotiations continue as to the consequences. And I have, as a general manager, have not yet been briefed by the personnel department regarding the mechanisms of those who refuse to be vaccinated and do not or who file an exemption that is denied and the appeal process. And so those are consequences that I've yet to, we've not yet announced or have not yet been formalized. It is important, the timeline, I believe, in this next 2 weeks.
Thank you, Chief. You were breaking up there a bit. Another follow-up question I have, are officers and/or applicants to the academy required to be vaccinated against measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, whooping cough, and other diseases? I'm not talking COVID right now, but I just mean the basic vaccines that most people have to receive just to attend school.
So the question that I've had of my recruitment personnel is, what other than childhood vaccinations, if any, are we checking or requiring as a point of a new hire? And that question is still out. I've not yet received that answer.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to open it up to other commissioners that have questions for the chief at this time. Do I see anyone? Commissioner Decker?
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Chief, thank you for your report. With respect to your report on the crime increase, in past commission meetings, you've also updated us on the efforts of GRID and other services. And you have explained in the past with respect to COVID, the great impact that has had on their work, which traditionally everyone has credited significantly with helping in the decrease in crime. I wonder if you can give us an update, particularly whether things have improved regarding their access to hospitals and other community engagement that leads to their success.
I believe that in my conversations with the bureau chiefs and in understanding the GRID, the contractors' engagements, the ambassadors and the community intervention workers, is their access is improving. I know that there's active engagement within all of our areas and our providers to respond to the scenes, to get to the yellow tape, but also to support families and in their efforts to counter rumors and to quell disputes from escalating. I don't believe that we're at full aperture, that is fully open. I think there are still concerns for the safety of those intervention workers, as well as for areas in which they can have these spontaneous gatherings and so forth. But we do see them actively involved with us at gatherings that for repasses, for individuals that may be celebrating, if you will, the occasion of their gang's existence from a cultural standpoint. We see intervention workers that are peacemakers and that are establishing rules of engagement, if you will, what the type of conduct that in this public setting will be tolerated or accepted, and how the group needs to police itself so that situations don't escalate into violence. So those engagements are ongoing and those are active, and we look to continuing to enjoy the benefit of the expansion of community intervention workers that we've seen with the GRID office, as well as some of our council offices, as well as our housing authority. But again, I think it would be remiss to suggest that we're back at a level that we were, pre-pandemic. That's involving school operations, after school operations. All those are still compromised in regards to COVID restrictions as an effort to safeguard our communities.
And that would apply to all the other community-based programs that the city is endeavoring to build up. Is that correct?
Yes. Again, we're in a better spot than we were 6 months ago, but we have more work that needs to be done. I am encouraged because we're starting to see in our school activities with sports and so forth, some returning to more traditional activities. I do think helps reassure communities in a sense of security, a sense of safety, but we're not there yet.
All right, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Any other commissioners have questions for the chief? Commissioner Bonner?
Just one back on the COVID questions. And there was a report earlier this week, I believe, about overtime and the inability to work overtime without proper vaccination. And can you clarify is that a requirement that is arising only from, say, the private sector venues that may be requesting officers to work at those locations, or does it have anything to do with the department policy that you're currently discussing?
So the department policy, for instance, in court operations is that personnel, much as they do here at our stations, wear masks and are practicing protective measures for to deter the COVID virus. The MTA with bus and rail has established that ridership, including operators and by extension, police officers that are deployed for the safety and security of all must wear masks, as well as vaccinations. And this goes to the issue with also our private venues such as Staples and Dodger Stadium, where we see county health requirements that have now expanded for gatherings above 10,000 as to what vaccination records are required for access, and whether you be a participant, a spectator, or your people there working vending or security or policing. And so on Saturday, we released that notice to all of our personnel. What I've just described are typically work assignments that are done not from our existing staffing, but from additional overtime shifts, if you will. We call up individuals who volunteer for those work assignments. And this notice was to ensure that they recognize the requirement was effective moving forward, and that they would have those vaccine requirements if they were to participate. And if they did not, that they would not be able to work there.
And so again, these are this is a conversation about requirements that are established by parties outside the department. In other words, whether it's MTA in the contract or whether it's Dodger Stadium or others that may be employing officers on overtime basis. Yes, again, much as we've seen the retail establishments and others that are beginning these vaccination requirement notices, presenting information and evidence, this is another layer of that. Great. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Sobroff, any questions? Mr. Kalanche, any questions? Thank you. Then we'll turn to public comment at this time. Thank you very much, Chief.
Okay, our first speaker is Betty Lay, followed by caller ending 4952.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
A couple of the agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I want to personally thank Executive Director. Richard knows why. I appreciate his efforts on the last email I got. That was wonderful. And I support Chief Moore. I support LAPD. And I'd like to make it known that I support 5 of the agenda items that have to do with donations. And I'd like to make a comment that I really appreciate our amazing reserve officers for their support and everything they do out there. I'm hoping that everybody stays safe, stays healthy, and I really appreciate the time to let me speak. Everybody stay healthy. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 4952, followed by caller ending 3146.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Hi, I'm going to speak on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, this is T. Guerra. I'm with Stop LAPD Spying Coalition and LAPC Fails, and I wanted to talk about field interview cards today. So for folks who are not familiar with these, the field interview card, this is a front and back index card that now has been digitalized that cops use to gather information on people who are stopped. And this card has been used as a data gathering device used by LAPD for a long time, and it has always been predominantly used on the Black community. And you see that looking at LAPD's own data going back 15 years at least, which was not the first time that LAPD was using FI cards either, but you see that LAPD over time has been stopping people on getting their information through these cards at a vastly disproportionate rate from the Black community. And why this matters is not only because of the harm that is being done in that initial contact, but also because of what that means when LAPD is gathering people's information in this way, and primarily from the Black community. And what we know is that this information is used to track people, and it is used to create suspicion about a person. Police have said themselves that when they have more data gathered in their system on a person, to them, that is an indication that that person must have done something wrong, or else why would they have that trail of stops and FI cards and information? So we see how the very action of police stopping someone and filling out one of these cards becomes a way that folks are criminalized and seen as suspicious within LAPD's own system. And we know that these cards are used to track people's movements and their relationships, because on the card, it not only notes where someone was that day, but who they were with. And that FI card information has even been used by UCLA and the same shitty researchers who created PredPol and made money off of it to track people's movements and to make assumptions about people just based on that card data, on that FI card that is gathered by cops. And now we understand as well that it has been used to gather people's social media information. And what that means is people being tracked online as well, and having police look through their contacts and images, and the images of everyone they are linked to, looking through all of that information as well for reasonable suspicion. And again, our point here is, who are the police most frequently doing this with? It's the Black community. It's not the white community. They are not coming through the accounts of white people, looking at what white people are sharing and saying, even though white people do commit crimes and do assault people and do hoard guns and do make threats and do all the bullshit that LAPD is putting on the Black community, the white community is already doing, but it doesn't get prosecuted or looked for or surveilled in the same way. And by the way, when you say you need more information, just like you did last week with the so-called biased policing report, no, you don't. You already have years of information. This is gaslighting bullshit when you're getting the same information year after year. You're hearing it from people's mouths. And then when you say you need more data, every report that has ever been issued says the same thing. LAPD predominantly polices and gathers information on the Black community. The resources of this city are disproportionately spent.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146, followed by Machos G'day.
Hi.
Hi,
Hello.
what items would you like to speak on?
Okay, mostly on Kevin Carr from last week, but 27, the explosion, the edge weapon, bias policing.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, the Madman Vice President wants to review the explosion report before she gives comment, and will not give the same know before you comment correct commenting procedure to any other Angelino. Is denying what she gave herself, denying that the 3.9 million people, that is a badge tarnisher. Now, on Kevin Carr from last week, I reviewed the video more. I realized that the officers were actually racially profiling Black people. The very thing that LAPD claims it's not doing. It is still doing. They turned around because Black people were standing around at a gas station. And that isn't a reason to turn around and drive into a gas station parking lot. This is police patrol overreach, which it does a lot. But Kevin Carr, when the officers made the decision to profile Black people, Kevin Carr, the gunman, was not in the parking lot. It's kind of just like the Beverly Hills profiling Blacks on scooters, right? So let's examine, as the Madman Vice President wants to review things, let's examine what would have happened if the gunman Carr was not there, the LAPD racially profiling, the thing that it claims it doesn't do was doing. No one caught this. I caught this. There was no reason to assume that the Black people at a gas station were doing anything wrong. This is bias policing. The thing that it was going over last week, it says bias policing. So Norquist, he's wrong. The allegations versus sustained, it's all biased. And that needs to be an independent adjudicator. There was a lot of talk about cams. So I came up with the cam idea. They should be replaced. They should be smaller. They should be placed on the police officer at a different position. They all should have Wi-Fi access, so anyone anywhere can access the Wi-Fi anytime they're on duty. This needs to be done to everybody in government. So let's talk about Sergeant Talley. She was talking about you have no resources. And I've tried very, very hard to tell you what the problem is on resources and how to get around it, and I get cut off constantly. Knife-edged weapons. This is beautiful. Thank God for going over this, but let's look at a few other ones that are related. Victor Valencia was shot. He had a bicycle part in his hand. Eric Rivera had a squirt gun. So these are the areas I have been trying to talk about this kind of stuff, and I've been being cut off. And this is the essence of what needs to change in policing worldwide. What do you do when somebody has a bicycle part in their hand and I came up, that's what I came up with. Head to toe body armor, bulletproof cars, patrol cars, so you can actually have protection.
Madam Secretary, next caller, please. Madam Secretary.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you. Next, we have Montrose Cadane, followed by Hamid Khan.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
This is Matthias with BLMLA and Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. On the chief's report, these COVID updates, they're really ridiculous. The LAPD's refusal over the entirety of the pandemic has been to partake in mask mandates, to get vaccinated, has been well documented. And I'm wondering how much this has affected just real Angelenos, how many deaths the LAPD are responsible for just through pure transmission of this virus. From the LAPD's own use of force report, the department reported 921,598 calls for service in 2020, and 1,443,077 individuals were contacted by LAPD personnel. So of these people that contacted the LAPD, I'm wondering how many had to have unmasked interactions because they thought that they had to call the LAPD for safety, and in that process contracted corona and passed it on to somebody who's more vulnerable. So I'd really like to see the chief talk about how many people the LAPD has killed in that way. And I also want to touch on the fact that your fundraiser is called Twice the Citizen, as in because these people are reserve officers, they're somehow twice as much a citizen as an Angeleno who doesn't want to participate in inflicting state-sanctioned violence on poor Black folk. And additionally, I want to counter Commissioner Decker's assertion that GRID or any other community policing program isn't somehow beneficial to community members. That's bullshit. These are counterinsurgency programs meant to ingratiate police so that they can brutalize communities, and they're used to surveil and gather information on Angelenos in the same way field interview cards are. And we saw that the LAPD, after this huge debacle, is no longer recording social security numbers on FI cards. We need the LAPD to stop collecting social media and email information right away too. You're going to get called out for it and you're going to be embarrassed. So just get ahead of it. Stop collecting social media and email information. We know you're targeting Black and brown Angelenos, particularly youth, when doing stops. Field interview cards are filled out on Black and brown Angeleno community members at a rate far higher than non-Black or brown folks. And cops are further encouraged to get information on body-worn video when they don't get this info on field interview cards. And I also want to shout out Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton for shoving a femme on video last night at a peaceful protest in the Valley, and reaching for his gun while angrily yelling at a protester. It's clear that Deputy Chief Hamilton got to his position by embodying the values of the LAPD, which are to brutalize and terrorize peaceful civilians. Stop limiting public comment to 45 minutes. Name the officers that were involved in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. This is a white supremacist institution, and you guys are upholding it. Yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Gina Viola.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So when you look at the definition of a super spreader at the CDC, it lays out several ways that that people can continue to have mass transmission of COVID-19, which is a deathly virus. And when you draw this parallel with the Los Angeles Police Department, I mean, it is not a stretch to say that LAPD is a super spreader organization. And not only that, the blatant disregard for life, the complete rejection of science, the complete disregard of over close to 700,000 people dead just in the United States. Today, what they were talking about, they're comparing it to the 1918 flu, that as many people have already died as a result. This is a report in the LA Times. But the LAPD continues, and the cops continue to be these disease carriers who have complete disregard for human life, complete disregard for public safety. So in a sense, how is this, we have to look at it that you know, following the long tradition of murder, mayhem, conspiracy, lies, disregard, violence, causing trauma, here they are, that in a sense that how this virus is being weaponized by the LAPD with the intent to continue to cause harm to Angelinos. So this is clearly an indication that where things are, and of course, you know, this, but it has the support of the commission. It has the support of this commission, which is basically a shock absorber for the system. And not only that, they have the audacity to turn around and sue the city for demanding that they do something about it and they stop being these disease carriers. The second thing I want to say is about the social media on FI cards. Bonner, if you remember, when we fought about and dismantled Laser, how the chronic offender bulletins were created, how chronic offender program expanded. This goes back to the bulletin that Beck released in 2015, which required the inclusion of carrying of social media. So now when you go back to the IG's report and when they talk about that LAPD officers were using Palantir Mobile to identify where chronic offenders were in the neighborhood, who were then constantly traumatized and harassed with the goal to banish them from the community and called tumors in the community, this is exactly what we are talking about. So this practice of social media gathering has to stop as of now. We know that you mentioned Social Security, but millions have already been taken. Right. So I think we have to really look at it, and Bonner, you have to demand them to stop using the social media numbers, because now people don't even have any privacy in their homes. This creates a metadata of their network of people. This creates an additional reach into people's own social circles, their habits, and everything else. So we demand that you take off the social media information right now.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Gina Viola, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Public comment 3G and 4D, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Commissioner Briggs, limiting the commission's ability to ask questions because of the length of the agenda today at the top of this meeting just personifies what this board really is. A rubber stamp for the LAPD. So I just want to start out by saying that. Chief Moore, you don't give two hoots about COVID. Stop speaking to it. 56% is an F. It's an F, as in you should be fired along with every single unvaccinated cop. LAPD brings nothing but violence to this community. Item 3G. This agenda item is about Moore traveling to France to coordinate Olympic security. Just like the LA 84 Olympics, the LA 2028 Olympics are proving an opportunity to expand local policing, intensify coordination between local, state, and federal law enforcement entities, and like this trip to Paris illustrates an excellent chance to coordinate internationally with other state surveillance and policing networks. This was supposed to be a privately financed Olympics, and yet here we are paying for more policing expenditures like this vacation for Chief Moore. Plus the additional 3,000 full-time officers LAPD is demanding for the LA 28 Games. You cannot reform the Olympics. You cannot reform this department. Item 4D, the FI cards. I want to tell a real life story about what an FI card did to a young girl back in 2008. She was 18 years old and she was Black and she was stopped. and a field identification card was filled out on her. There were a couple items about what she was wearing on that FI card. That later led to her being convicted of a murder she did not commit and sentenced to 50 years in prison. Did you all hear that? 50 years. It took several community members 5 years to undo that damage, and which could never be undone. But it took us 5 years to get her out. She unanimously won her appeal, unanimously, because the FI card was crap. They're all crap. You need to get rid of those FI cards immediately. This cost her life. Her mother died while she was in prison, waiting to be released for something she didn't do. Steve Cooley had to retry her with less evidence, without the FI card evidence. And she finally won her freedom. And even after she won her freedom, do you know how long it took us to get her out of Linwood? It took us 11 days. You still wouldn't let her go after she had won her appeal. 11 days later, and this can all be traced back to that field card. That I don't even want to call it, it's a fucked up card is what it is. I try not to curse on here, but here I am, because that's how strongly I feel that field identification card is just surveillance. It's good old fashioned surveillance that needs to stop right away.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by Jason R.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 4, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Starting with the FI cards, the field interview card is a valuable tool for detectives. Many cases have been solved starting with the FI card. With the notion that the FI cards are disproportionately or targeted at Black people, I'm going to ask Chief Moore for the next meetings, can you please report on crime by race? Now, I don't look at people like that. I believe the United States of America and all lives matter, and the Constitution applies to everybody. But let's talk reality. The reality is that crime occurs in certain areas of the city more than others. Look at the crime reports. If you could report on the criminal suspects that are listed on the crime reports by the victims, not by the police. Crime reports are made by victims. What are they reporting? What is the demographic racial data of crime from the criminal point of view? That is why perhaps there is more focus on certain descriptions, because race is just a descriptor. We shouldn't see people as Black or white. Those are descriptors. Let's look at people as individuals. There's a tendency here to group people into racial groups. I fundamentally oppose that, whether it's recruitment, whether it's looking at people as possible suspects, that we should be resisting. So the FI card is a valuable tool. It should be continued and utilized. Regarding the Wuhan virus, because that's where it originated from, Wuhan, China. I believe in freedom. If you have a concern about your health, then by all means, be vaccinated, wear the mask. I see the officers wearing the mask, although people here say that they're not wearing a mask. I see them wearing the mask constantly when they're contacting the public. And I think that serves a purpose. However, to force employees to be vaccinated despite their religious or medical or constitutional concerns and rights is simply just wrong. This is a free country, not a totalitarian state. Your body, your choice, my body, my choice. If you're concerned about your health, and you should be, then you should consult your doctor, wear a mask if you think it's appropriate, if it helps you. There's a dispute about that, and be vaccinated. And there's a dispute about whether or not it's really a vaccine. There's no definite here. So let people make their own decisions about their own health. My body, my choice, your body, your choice. It's about freedom. It's about the Constitution. Last week was Constitution Day. I suggest everybody review the Constitution and apply it. Look at Section 4, Article 4. Read that section, okay? Officers take an oath to defend and support the Constitution. And we need to go back to the Constitution, not cultural Marxism and the nonsense.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R, followed by T.
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So this is Jason with BLMLA. To this commission that exists as a cauldron of white supremacy, where do I even begin? Another after action report and yet another demonstrative failure by Chief Michael Moore. What more will it take to have him removed from his position? An LAist article from July 6, 2020 had Scheming Soboroff quoted as saying, police officers that don't wear the mask are wrong, and you've got to get used to it. He's been quiet ever since. Just wondering, when Black people are deemed to be quote unquote wrong by this white supremacist system, you want us arrested, harassed, and criminalized. When pigs are wrong, you want them coddled, protected, and treated with the utmost respect. Soboroff continued to say in that article that he felt that law enforcement was unfairly being singled out. Cops are the flavor of the day to criticize right now, he said. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the LAPD, according to its own numbers, has made over 583,000 pedestrian and vehicle stops. How many of those people were infected as a result of maskless LAPD officers? Musty Mike has repeatedly said that these direct violations of his own department's mask mandate are non-disciplinary. Moore talked about violent crime in his report today. When an LAPD officer infects our community with COVID, that is a violent crime. All right. Moore said that violent crime continues to be the LAPD's nemesis. Nah, it's quite clear that COVID is your nemesis. Just take a look at what the Rona has done to the LAPD. It has killed more LAPD officers in the last 19 months than were killed on duty over the last decade. Chief Moore has the blood of his own officers on his hands. Let's remind ourselves that the blood of Ozzie Houchins and Ramon Reyes, the victims of the 27th and San Pedro bombing, are on his hands too. Something that Chief Moore took full responsibility for in a room full of those who were most affected by it. So he should face the ramifications for it. He needs to be fired. I'm also wondering, so someone can ask on the record, has the LAPD translated the after action report on their bombing at the 27th and San Pedro into Spanish yet? LAPD has stayed posted up on that street since the bombing, but residents have reported that they've had their belongings stolen from their residences. The LAPD aren't there to provide quote unquote safety and security. They are there to intimidate, terrorize, and remind community members that that's their block now. Now let's talk about these field interview cards. Soliciting social media handles and emails from citizens so that you can fill your time with cyber stalking, doxing, and assuming your position as LA's #1 creeper. Why not spend that energy looking into the social media and emails of Sergeant Helper, Captain Stabile, P2 McMahon? You all got caught stealing, collecting social security numbers and have more than likely helped steal the identities of many people that are vocal against this department. Stop collecting social media info on these cards. And then this agenda item about Moore traveling to France to coordinate the Olympics security. What does he know about coordination and security? How can Moore intensify coordination between local, state, and federal law enforcement entities when he can't even do that shit here in the city of Los Angeles? All of these after action reports show the lack of communication by his department and how 30+ year LAPD officers still somehow need more training to do their job. Fuck Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton. He tried to pull his weapon yesterday. Fuck.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T followed by Richie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, I want to honor the fact we're on indigenous land. This is stolen land built by the enslaved to what is now known as the Americas. Chief's report. First off, want to honor Ramon Reyes and Ozzie Houchins that died in the explosion as a result of the LAPD's negligence. It's beyond me how you can underestimate pounds by pounds of explosions. Thank God y'all decided to finally, after that complete disaster, to no longer detonate bombs in a residential neighborhood. Because we all know that wouldn't happen in Beverly Hills, but y'all did it in a Black and brown neighborhood. The families are still displaced, still don't have housing, still don't have compensation, and it's months later. What the F is going on? You need to take care of these folks and get the heck out of their neighborhood and leave them in peace. Chief talks about violence and guns. Whatever happened to the stolen guns from the LAPD? What from your own store? What happened to the stolen guns that are still on the street? Somewhere, your officers have them. Where are they? Where is the accountability for the over 640 murdered by LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department over the last 7 years? We don't know about the last 500 years of all that have been murdered by slave catchers. Where is the accountability? On to the agenda items. How in the world can the chief be sent to France as a representative on Olympic security when he can't even handle Los Angeles? He should be fired from his job. Is this a paid vacation by the taxpayers so the chief can go run around France and pretend like he's actually doing something here in LA? He needs to be fired and the whole department needs to be disbanded. As far as the ID cards, we need to stop. There needs to be we got to eliminate it. Stop the ID cards and the social media data collection. Unacceptable. It's predominantly impacting Black and brown individuals and neighborhoods. We need resources in our communities, such as housing, healthcare, and mental health. But the LAPD budget keeps up eating $3 billion of our tax dollars a year, right? We need that for housing, education, mental health services, so on and so forth. What's the last agenda item? Stop limiting public comment to 45 minutes. This is a city of 4 million people. 45 minutes is not even enough.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Richie, followed by Blue.
Hi, yes, it's Richard Sujanko, People City Council. I'd like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to start off by saying, Briggs, asking to limit questions due to the length of the meeting. What's the point of this commission? If you're not here to ask questions of Chief Moore or hold them accountable, why do we just continue with this show of public comment and acting like you all care? Nothing ever happens. And so, asking for them to limit comments at the beginning just shows why you're really here. I want to talk about the chief's report on COVID. He said, a couple hundred are getting vaxxed. This is a department of 10,000 people. The percentage of vaccinated LAPD officers and employees does not significantly go up when a couple hundred get vaxxed every week. And then Chief Moore talks about guns. Let's talk about the stolen guns that cases LAPD officers have. You want to talk about guns? Chief Moore, have you ever discussed how LAPD officers get caught stealing guns? Have you ever discussed that during a meeting? Because I would like, when you discuss guns, getting them out of hands, how many we have, you'll never know how many you have if your officers keep stealing them and not disclosing them and never getting caught. 3G, more going to France. We want to cancel the Olympics. We want to abolish LAPD. The city wants to continue to grow LAPD, but that's simply against the wishes of the people. Frankly, I think you should deny paying the expenditure for more going to the Olympics, since the people don't want the Olympics here. 4D, data collection through field interview cards. I love that Chief Moore was like, we're not going to collect social security numbers anymore. We're progressing past that point. You don't realize that it was such a violation of rights, and the public will never ever trust you. Not only for this, but for a variety of reasons. And that you're collecting social media. Like, we know that you're going to use this and spy on people, particularly black and brown Angelenos. Chief Moore, you refuse to say the names of the victims that have died from the LAPD bombings, Ozzie Hutchins and Ramon Reyes. I would encourage everyone on this commission to go search Alan Hamilton's name, LAPD Chief Alan Hamilton, on Twitter. He escalated and tried to instigate a fight at a protest last night. He shoulder checked a young Sunrise member and then reached for his gun. This is utterly ridiculous.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue, followed by caller ending 5417. Blue, you're on.
Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Hello, what items would you like to speak on?
Oh, all of them, please. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hi, I'll be right with you. Hi, can you hear me? Sorry
Hi,
about
yes,
that.
what
Can you hear
items
me?
would you like to speak on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I would just like to speak at the crime statistics and the chief's report, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. First, I want to say in regards to LAPD wearing face masks, our city and our officers need to, our citizens need to support officers instead of criticizing them. The only time I've seen officers not wearing masks is when they're taking 5 minutes to try and eat something or drink something on the run. I think we need to stop this nitpicking and focus on the larger issues facing our community. I've seen people that take pictures of officers in that gotcha moment where, oh, their mask is down as they're literally taking a sip of water and just putting their water bottle down for a minute. So this nonsense really needs to stop. In regards to COVID, of course, our officers are going to get sick. People are screaming in their face. Nuri Martinez wants to place an ordinance to keep protesters 300 feet from her house. How about placing an ordinance to keep people 300 feet from our officers' faces instead of screaming at them, hollering at them, spitting at them? So maybe this will keep the officers a little safe as well. But then again, just seems to be a one-way standard. So that's really disappointing. We need more support for our officers. We need more morale, boosters for our officers. Thank you, Chief Moore, for what you're doing. We appreciate the Hollywood Reserve officers walking around. It's absolutely heartbreaking to see the crime in Hollywood going up so much. And we need to stop attacking and abusing and killing our police officers. This hunting season for our officers, this ambushing our officers is just an absolute disgrace. More people support our officers and want them in our Black and brown communities than not. So listen to us that actually live in those communities, not for the ones who claim they call in for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 5417, followed by Haram Cormier.
Hello?
Hello, what items would you like to speak on?
Just public comment, please.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah, officer, unfortunately, I don't have any good news as far as Foothill Division. Community policing hasn't been able to deter some of the community problems in my area. And the communication is still not good with the slow in my area. So I don't know where to turn to or kind of what to do. I'm kind of confused. So if you can provide any help, I'd really appreciate it. We just don't want it to get things to escalate, because yesterday I was assaulted. Luckily, nothing serious. I was able to de-escalate the situation, and I did report it. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you, and have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Haram Cormier Jr., followed by caller ending 2992.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, so again, we have people calling in here talking about crime and listen to the people, the Black and brown people who actually live in this community. I live in LA. I've lived in LA for my entire life. And I can guarantee you that despite these little cop plants that y'all keep putting in here, the vast majority of people right here in the real part of LA, South Central LA, Compton, Watts, all these parts of LA, we don't want police in our areas. I don't understand how, well, I do understand how, because these people are cops. if they're not cops, you know, they need to wake the fuck up because the law is not on your side. It's never been on your side. So whatever with all that. As far as the 27th Street bombing goes, I don't know, man. It's just ridiculous how you can blow up an entire fucking neighborhood and just skirt off with no issues. How is there no accountability for that? How has nobody been held responsible? What are their names, the cops' names who did this shit? Where are they at? Why are they not in jail? Why does Moore come on here every week and talk about how it was an accident, all this other type of shit? I don't understand it. And I hope you guys listen to, as far as FI cards and social media gathering, I hope you listen to what a previous caller said in that story, because there's plenty of people who've been caught in the mix, in a fucked up mix, in a system that is crooked because of some shit like that. 50 fucking years, for real, or some shit a lady didn't do. There's plenty of people sitting in prison who didn't do the shit that they're accused of because the cops make up shit all the time. They falsify anything to fit their narrative. The same way the police commission falsifies their narratives, falsifies the questions they ask, anything just to get whatever measures the LAPD wants approved. There's never any questions. Briggs is limiting questions today or something. I mean, there's never any accountability for nothing that they do. All these donations, all this corporate money that y'all are taking, all this, the tax dollars. I mean, what the fuck? I don't understand that shit. It's crazy. So defund the LAPD. There is no defend the LAPD. How do you defend a system that fucks people over and kills people and destroys people's lives? How? Where's your heart at? Fuck you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 2992.
Hi, good morning. All items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Regarding the FI cards, they're an important tool for officers, and the leftist extremists need to knock it off with their criticisms. The public expects police officers to solve crimes committed by individuals in our community. They expect results. We've seen how information recorded on a field interview card can help the police later identify those responsible for violent crimes, including homicides and sexual assaults. Tips and leads are important. Field interview cards are also used to complete various reports, including crime reports for victims and witness information. Vaccinations. I have COVID right now, and so does my significant other. We're both vaccinated, and thank God we are. All I can say is if we weren't, we'd probably be in the hospital because this has not been easy sickness to go through. That being said, if people want to be out there unvaccinated and risk being in the hospital or dying, then it should be on them. We're a country of vaccinations. It's what differentiates us between the U.S. and other countries, third world countries, African countries, that, we've eradicated illnesses like polio and so many others with vaccinations. And we're a country with a long history of vaccinations. So anyway, I think we all know it's not about science. It's about people not they don't like being told what to do, and personal freedom. The department needs to lend more support to the Reserve Officer Program, specifically more resources for their recruitment. Reserve officers can be a huge asset to community safety and giving visibility and having officers out there in the streets patrolling high crime pocket areas. Regarding Chief Moore going to France for Olympic security, again, the radicals are picking on the chief for petty bullshit. The LAPD is the most renowned in the nation, if not the world, when it comes to security and safety for large-scale events. It is totally appropriate for him to assist in such an important event and matter to help keep people safe and possibly save lives. We support LAPD and all the officers. I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. President, that was our final speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Now we'll move to item 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda item. We have 8 items on the consent agenda items. Do any commissioners want to pull aside one of these items, one or more of these items for discussion? Nothing from Commissioner Decker, nothing from Commissioner Soberoff, Commissioner Klanche. Nothing from Commissioner Klanche, Commissioner Bonner. Nothing from Commissioner Bonner. Then I move that we adopt consent agenda items A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now turn to our regular agenda items. Item 4A, the department's Emergency Management Department and the 27th Street Long-Term Recovery Group, verbal presentation and discussion. Good morning, Chief Grimala.
Good morning, President Briggs. Can you hear us okay? Can we do a quick sound check, please?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So good morning, President Briggs, commissioners, Mr. T-Fang, Assistant Inspector General Sibley, City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra, and of course, Chief Moore, and members of the public. Thank you for your time and attention to this issue this morning. I'm Assistant Chief Beatrice Grimala, and I'm the Director of the Office of Operations. We're here today and appreciative of the opportunity to address the Commission on an overview of the work being done by the 27th Street Long-Term Recovery Group. And the initials for that are LTRG, if you see that any place in short. And the Long-Term Recovery Group is an effort being led by the City of Los Angeles's Emergency Management Department. And the Long-Term Recovery Group is made up of city and county departments, a non-governmental organization, and also community-based organizations. And the purpose of the Long-Term Recovery Group is to support the affected residents, businesses, and to support the impacted infrastructure moving forward after the June 30th, 2021 explosion in Newton area. At this time, I would like to introduce all of our speakers and presenters today before they begin. And first up, we will be hearing from the General Manager of the Emergency Management Department, Ms. Carol Parks, and she will be discussing the structure and accountability of the LTRG and those entities who make up the team in fulfillment of short and long-term goals. Following Ms. Parks, we will hear from Deputy Chief Al Labrada, and he leads Operations Central Bureau. And he will be discussing the department's role in community outreach and continuing connectivity with residences and businesses impacted by the June 30th incident. He'll also be discussing a liaison with the different organizations represented in the LTRG. And lastly, we will hear from Abigail Marquez of the Community Investment for Families Department. And she will be discussing housing, case management, wraparound services, and her department's work in partnership with the All People's Community Center. So our hope here today is that you will get a well-rounded idea and overview of the collaboration and the partnership to ensure that those impacted by this horrific tragedy will feel the arms of the City of Los Angeles and also non-governmental and community-based organizations there for them throughout this process. And we know that the process has short and long-term goals, and hopefully we can provide some information on that as well. Also in the room, if commissioners have any other questions related to the incident, I have the pleasure of being here with Assistant Chief Rob Marino of the Office of Special Operations and our other colleague, Deputy Chief Dave Kowalski from Counterterrorism and Special Operations Bureau. So thank you so much in advance for your time and attention. And I'm going to turn over this part of the discussion to Ms. Carol Parks, who has a short PowerPoint to help accentuate this discussion. Carol?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Carol Parks. I'm the general manager of the city's emergency management department. Thank you for your time this morning. I am joined here with my colleagues to address the long-term recovery efforts that have been ongoing since June 30th, the date of this incident. As the city's emergency management department, we are responsible for long-term recovery. And simply what that means is when something happens within the city, it is our responsibility to monitor all recovery efforts and ensure accountability moving forward. So we have been working, as Chief Kamala said, on this with a number of city departments and outside agencies in an effort to make sure that everything that is being done in an equitable fashion, that it is transparent throughout the recovery process. And as we all know, recovery is indeed a process. All of us want to see the community made whole very quickly, but there are many different challenges that we are facing as we seek to make the community whole again. A number of city agencies, county agencies, and community-based and not-for-profit organizations have been working on a daily basis for the impacted residents and the business owners. So because there are so many people working, so many organizations working, the long-term recovery group is monitoring the progress. We're identifying the challenges and we're working collaboratively to seek solutions. Along with this process, based on the information that we find, we will be recommending and supporting budget requests to the mayor and city council in any available grants for the implementation of the recommended actions. The long-term recovery group, as you can see here on the slide, is made up of various functions. We have a public information officer who is running our joint information system to ensure that the community is kept up to date about available resources. And then also we have various groups. They're called Recovery Support Functions, or RSF for short. Each of these functions has its own responsibility, and as you can see outlined, there are 4 of them. We're looking at community planning and how we can build capacity in the community. What can we do as we recover to ensure the community is getting all of the information that they need as well as the services? Secondly, economic recovery support function. That is being led up by our Economic Workforce Development Department. They're looking at economic impacts. What can the city do to assist the residents and the businesses who have been impacted economically, whether it's through the forms of grants or monies that become available to help them restore back to their pre-existing lifestyle. So we're working with them on that particular function. RSF3 has to deal with health and social services. What services, be it mental health, be it other social services that are needed, what can we do to help the community? We're looking at prioritizing any overarching health and social services functions to ensure that restoration is the constant theme throughout this process. And finally, our last recovery support function is housing. That particular one is probably of most interest to the group here today because we are monitoring and tracking the status of the displaced individuals. If you look at the numbers today, we still have approximately 30 households who are impacted by this incident and about 30 businesses. And also we have about 88 individuals who are displaced and staying in other housing at this time while their homes and businesses are being repaired. So we are tracking this and we're identifying any type of barriers to the reoccupation of the residents to their homes. And not only as we look at this data, but we're looking at strategies and timelines so that residents can return home as quickly as possible. I will say that going back to my initial statement about recovery being a process, as we all know, there is a claims process that the city attorney's office is leading. And in that process, all of the homeowners and businesses and residents who were impacted have a total of 6 months to file a claim. Filing a claim, again, is a process in itself. And to date, we've had approximately 200 claims submitted, 26 of which have been paid, and others are pending, about 25 pending for payment, and 128 waiting for information from the claimant. And then we have some other data as well. But the most important thing to remember is that before a claim can be processed, the claimant has to provide information so that the city attorney can do what it needs to do to process these claims. We are working to ensure great communication with the residents, but we do realize that the residents, each of them, have a legal right to get their own legal counsel. So we have to acknowledge that and allow them the time to work through their insurance companies or with their other legal counsel. Or if they so choose to file a claim with the city, we are doing everything that we can to expedite that process. And that has been working well. Next, I just wanted to make you aware that along with LAPD, other city departments represented here today, and those that are not on the call today from the city, we are meeting on a weekly basis. Each of those 4 groups are meeting, and on Friday, we come up with a status report that is distributed to all of the organizations that are working on this project. As a result of this report, there is a steering committee made up of city leaders. We're analyzing this data and we're looking at whatever can be done to move the process forward. So I wanted to make you aware that there is weekly monitoring and a collaboration of this information that is being disseminated. For the residents and the impacted business owners, we are providing updates at the city website.
Mr. President, appears we may have lost audio.
I lost audio as well. Can any of the other commissioners hear anything? Or is it?
I can hear you and Chief Moore, but we cannot hear the room. I think we lost audio in the room.
Mr. Teefank, is there a way that we can let the
Give me a moment. I'll reach out to them. They're nearby.
Okay.
The room may have dropped off. It looks like the room has dropped off.
Office. It's not in the commission office.
We apologize for our loss of signal. I believe, Carol, back to you with regard to your closing. Thank you.
We need the PowerPoint. Thank you, Chief Carmella. Thank you.
I apologize for that.
No problem.
All right, in our effort to return to normalcy, our collective mission is to ensure that we all continue to work together to see this recovery process through to the very end. Thank you for your time and attention this morning.
Carol, thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership in this effort, you, Gary Singer, and others within your department. We appreciate that partnership as well. Now, commissioners, we'd like to hear from Deputy Chief Al Labrada with regard to the department's involvement in the long-term recovery group with specificity to community connectivity and outreach. Thank you, Al.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to highlight some of the work and under this tragic incident that occurred. So since the tragic incident of the 27th Street occurred in the Newton area, as the chief has mentioned, we have continued to diligently work with the city and community partners on the recovery efforts, as well as the importance of rebuilding our trust in that community. We know that is a concern, and we still have a lot of work in that community to do as part of that. Part of the long-term recovery and are dedicated to rebuilding trust with our residents, an effort we can accomplish through our ongoing commitment and presence to support our residents during and post-recovery of this tragic incident. I'd like to commend the work of Captain Baez, the Newton Area Commanding Officer, and Captain Bratcher, the Newton Patrol Commanding Officer, for their work since this incident on June 30th. They have been engaged daily through the efforts of the officers on the ground, the senior lead officers, to assist the impacted residents, as well as connecting daily outreach efforts through connection of the community-based organizations, as well as the city family for resources of those impacted residents. In partnership with the city family and various community organizations, although many CBOs have been part and instrumental in this effort, I'd like to really acknowledge the great work of Sandra Bryant, the director at the All People's Community Families Resource Center, for not only the partnership, but more importantly, the outgoing effort and truly the work that's being done in that community to support those families, but also working with the department and the city family to ensure those families get the resources that they need. Newton SLOs have been very instrumental in a lot of the work since this unfortunate incident occurred on the ground daily. They were also instrumental soon after the incident when the ATF turned over the area, the crime scene, back to LAPD. Our Newton senior lead officers established a good line of communication, and we hosted a private meeting with the residents affected and the business owners at the Walker Temple the week after the incident occurred. And that was an opportunity for us to turn that area back to the community and begin the cleanup process with the support of the city family. That was orchestrated and arranged by our senior lead officers in support with CD9 to make this happen and to ensure the residents that the work was progressing as we move forward. Senior lead officers were also instrumental in supporting the LAC Center, the local assistance center, with the continued presence there for security, for support of all the city entities that were supporting that LAC, as well as the other centers, as well as the Red Cross Center that was hosted at Fred Roberts Park, and then the long-term center that was hosted at the YMCA. We had officers there at the site as well. We continue to have officers there on 27th Street. And as the chief has mentioned before, we will continue to do so as long as the residents want us there and continue to show our presence to support not only the safety and the security of those residents, but also to ensure that the protection of those residents that are still being refurbished and rehabilitated are secure as well. Some of the other aspects of what the officers have been doing in that area in preparation for the school reopenings, our senior lead officers have been out there providing backpacks for the residents, as well as school supplies for those kids that were involved or actually affected by this area. They've provided 24-hour presence, and as I mentioned, we will continue to do so as long as the community needs us there, and these efforts are underway. We've assisted residents with carrying groceries, moving trash cans, and cleaning debris. And although that's very minor considering the impact that this caused on this community, those are just some of the efforts that our officers are conducting, because I think we owe it to these residents to do that on a daily basis and be there not only to support them, but also to assist them in their needs as part of the trust rebuilding. When some of the residents expressed concern about the nighttime security, we had additional cameras placed in the alleyways to support that. So our watch commanders and the officers there, as well as at the station, had additional eyes on those alleyways to ensure there was no issues of looting or anything for those properties that are still being refurbished. This enabled our officers assigned at the scene, as well as the desk and watch commanders, to have additional eyes and monitor that activity and provide real-time information on what's occurring. During the walkthrough recently with Chief Moore of the impacted area, some of the residents had been evacuated and returned after the repopulation, and were able to clean up a lot of the damage, but a lot of them felt that they weren't getting the same resources or support as those residents that have been completely displaced and placed in an alternate housing. So our officers, as senior lead officers, identified those residents and identified not only the folks that were impacted that had those concerns, but also the concerns they had, as well as what their requests were A lot of those had to do with repayment on some of the items, repair of windows and cleanups and so forth. And we are able to put them in touch with the city attorney's office to get the claim process underway for them. This provided also the Office of Emergency Management the information needed of those other residents that had been evacuated and came back to some damage, to include those residents as folks that were impacted by this issue. I also had the opportunity to walk the scene with Commissioner Lou Calanchi of the site. During that, we identified additional concerns that the residents had, mostly with the issues of health and wellness for the children of the school, and then obviously the children that may be affected long-term from this trauma. And because of that, we were able to reach out to the schools. We hosted a conversation with not only 28th Street Elementary, but other schools there. Captain Bratcher got on the call and provided resource information to those parents, but also to the principals from those surrounding schools of resources. A resource guide was also disseminated through the principal meetings through the schools surrounding that area, to ensure that they were aware that there are health services and mental health services available for those children that are affected by this trauma. They've also worked diligently to expand the request by the residents for the Angelino card for those areas. That was part of one of the requests that we submitted to EMD as a part of the RSF group. And Newton established a relationship with the city attorney's office directly to ensure that we located and identified those residents that were still waiting for claim updates, and also information on how to submit their claims. And then more importantly, follow up with receipts and any other information. So those officers are building that relationship, but also bridging that gap, especially when there's language barriers by some of the residents, to be able to kind of support them, but also point them in the right direction so they don't feel they're not being supported. They've also reached out a lot to our youth in that community. Our youth services officers from Newton area have been in that community as well. We've been successful in recruiting some of the cadets from that area to work alongside our officers, but also give them an opportunity to work at our stations and work alongside our officers and some of the work that's being done in the community as well. As we all know, the National Response Team submitted the report this month. As a result of that, and the support of Chief Grimala and Chief Moore, we were able to host a private meeting. And this is a very respectful and productive meeting, and the fact that the residents that were affected, business owners, were invited. We had a little over 140 of them show up. They were afforded an opportunity in both English and Spanish to ask questions, get information from both the ATF special agent in charge locally, as well as Chief Moore, Chief Grimala, and EMD, Carol Parks, was there as well to answer long-term recovery efforts and the work that's being done in the community. So it gave them an opportunity to have a controlled environment where they were able to be able to ask those questions respectfully without the concerns of activists, as we saw in that public meeting earlier in July. Additionally, we hosted a separate meeting the next day, which was on Zoom, to be able to host a larger audience, which included media folks as well. And we provided a question and answer by the Chief of Police as well to provide some responses to the concerns from the ATF and after action report. And additionally, that report, as respect for those residents, was provided in advance to those residents and business owners during that private session, and has now been translated as well in Spanish to be able to provide that information to our Spanish-speaking residents. Lastly, the recovery support function that Carol so kindly discussed a little while ago provides community planning and capacity building for all our residents, as well as guidance from EMD of all the city family. Our goal as part of RSF1 for LAPD, myself and Chief Grimala are part of that, is to restore and strengthen the community's ability to plan for recovery, engage in the planning process, and build capacity for local implementation and recovery management. Lastly, our mission is long-term community beautification projects, community outreach, and engagement workshop. And I'm blessed to be part of that RSF1 with Council District 9, Department of Aging, Department of Disability, the City Attorney's Office, EMD, DWP, GSD, and LAPD to support that long-term beautification efforts. And as I mentioned before, we have a long road ahead of us, but we're committed to ensuring that our officers are there to support that. We're extremely grateful for the leadership of EMD, the city family, and really those community-based organizations that are there doing the job daily to support the work, to build the trust, but also to get our residents back whole within that community. We're grateful for the support of them, and we're grateful for the community support under these tragic circumstances. Thank you very much.
Chief Labrada, thank you for modeling the connection with compassion that the department has shown in the area. in addition to both Captain Baez and Bratcher and the senior lead officers. We appreciate that very much. And I think to the commissioners, what's important about Chief Labrada and myself being on the weekly calls with the LTRG is that the information that we get is fresh, and it is collaborative, and it is something that Chief Labrada can share with the members of his command who are out there 24/7 to be able to be a repository and also a communicator of updates, and to also take information and questions back from the community to the working group so that we have a kind of an ongoing conduit there. So Chief Labrada, I thank you for that very much. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Abigail Marquez. And Abigail has been instrumental as part of the LTRG, and she leads the Community Investment for Families Department. And she will talk about some of the issues, especially with regard to housing and the wraparound services that the community so desperately needs. Abigail, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Chief Gormala, and good morning, commissioners. Thank you for inviting me to join you this morning. The Community Investment for Families Department is a new department. The former Los Angeles Housing and Community Investment Department has been dissolved, and the functions were divided into two separate departments, the Los Angeles Housing Department and the Community Investment for Families Department. The mission of the Community Investment for Families Department is to break the cycle of generational poverty by creating community wealth. We strive to align resources and augment community investment for families and neighborhoods, and to create opportunities for all Angelenos to prosper. Despite being operational for only a few weeks since the incident, we stepped in almost immediately to help support the families most impacted by the explosion. Under the direction of Councilmember Price, we were able to execute an agreement with the local hotel to offer longer-term housing accommodations to over 25 families. We currently have 29 rooms occupied at the Level Hotel in the downtown Los Angeles area, and we're housing close to 90 individuals. The city, again, through the leadership of Councilmember Price, is covering all the costs associated with the hotel accommodations. The individuals and families housed at the hotel were not asked to provide any credit card information and have access to all of the hotel amenities. They were placed in either a 1 or a 2-bedroom apartment or unit, depending on the family size. All of the units are fully stocked with all of the state-of-the-art amenities. They have a dishwasher, a washer and dryer in each of the units, and fully furnished, and they're able to replenish their toiletries or other needs that they may have. I also want to just take a moment to thank the management team at the Level Hotel. They've been tremendous partners to the city. We've worked with them.
I
Again,
think they
we lost
froze
sound.
again. Go ahead, Commissioner. I think they froze again, Chief. I can't hear them.
Do you hear us, sir, commissioners?
You can now. Yes, thank you.
Again, apologies. I'm sorry, Ms. Marquez, please continue.
Sure. I was just briefly describing the family source system that we manage at the Community Investment for Families Department. We have 16 place-based nonprofit organizations that we partner with. The lead agency in the area is All People's Community Center. And we were able to leverage the infrastructure of the Family Source Center to quickly support the families impacted by the explosion. All People's Community Center has offered services and resources to the families. They have provided clothing, gift cards for food, and helped families access their prescription medicine almost immediately. Some of the families lost a lot of their personal belongings. They've been providing ongoing case management services. Again, the hotel management has offered even some of their conference rooms so that our caseworkers are on site at the hotel providing services to the families. They've helped with translation services, have helped them file their claims documentation, and have also been coordinating with us and with the city attorney's office to locate some of the families that have actually already filed claims and we haven't been able to locate. So I just really want to take a moment to acknowledge the leadership and the support of All People's Community Center, Sandra Bryan and her team, who have been incredible. And then also the team at the Community Investment for Families Department. Again, we quickly stepped in. We know that the hotel accommodations do not damage all of, do not address all of the damage, but we wanted to provide some level of comfort and support and provide some level of compassion and dignity to the families that were impacted by the explosion. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And thank you again for inviting me to join you.
Ms. Marquez, thank you so much. Commissioners, in closing here today, the goal of the LTRG and all of its members is to remain committed throughout this process. As Ms. Parks said best, it's a long process, but it is one that we want to ensure doesn't become stymied or stalemated by a lack of full commitment from each partner within this group. So the commitment for LAPD will be to continue to be part of short and long-term goals to ensure that whatever we can do to meet those marks, we are in 24/7. And we do appreciate the city support, county support, non-governmental organizations, nonprofit, and community-based organizations who have shown their very distinct and very specific leadership in this process. We thank you for your attention. We're now available for any questions.
Chief Gurmala, thank you very much. I'm going to open it up for questioning for commissioners, and I'll reserve my own comments and questions for last. Do I see any commissioners who want to ask questions of Chief Gurmala and Deputy Chief Labrada, Ms. Marquez, and Ms. Parks? Commissioner Soboroff?
Yeah. My question is not from our side, but from the residents' side. How do they feel that we're doing, basically house by house, in being responsive, and providing the things that we say that we're providing, that you talked about? End of my question.
And I would say, Commissioner, that they're still feeling very anxious. They are eager to return to their homes. So we're working very closely with the council office and the city departments to convert some of the homes who were previously yellow tagged to get them cleared green tags so that they can return to their homes. So they're still feeling anxious and they are eager to return to their homes. So
we're in the city process. The difference between a yellow tag and a green tag probably means you're not going to be living there, or you are going to be living there. And the difference between that has nothing to do with the city. It has to do with contractors that make the improvements. And where is that process? How do we help? And how can the city bureaucracy, or under any circumstance, create anxiety and frustration for something that's so simple on a house-by-house basis, to get the people to move back in? Where are we stuck? Is it contractors? Is it bureaucracy? Why are people anxious? If it's just about getting back into their home, if it's about repairing windows, if it's about doing tests.
Commissioner Soboroff, this is Carol Parks from the Emergency Management Department. One of the departments who is actually boots on the grounds is Building and Safety, as well as the Housing Department, working along with Council District 9 and the Coalition for Responsible Community Development. And you are right, and Abigail is right. The community is frustrated, they're anxious, they want answers. However, each of the impacted properties is its own scenario, and each one has its own story. Some are single families, some are renters, some are waiting on their landlords to provide guidance. And if you would ask where the bottleneck is, it depends on the individual property. Efforts were made even yesterday to assure those properties that are now ready for reoccupation, that they get a green tag or some sort of documentation to ensure the residents that they can safely move back in. But there is some hesitancy on behalf of the residents. Some of them are still in the middle of insurance claims. Some of them have sought their own legal counsel, and they are being advised not to move forward. There are repairs that we are ready to make through the CRCD, but the residents, for whatever the reason, are denied access to the property.
So you're saying that that there are people that are being advised by their lawyers not to cooperate and therefore not to move in, and maybe so. What's the total number of properties involved? Is it 100, 200? Is it 40?
So right now there are approximately 30 properties.
Okay, that to me, that's a very finite number. And I'd be interested in a property by property, without disclosing where people live, a bottleneck report on each of the 30 properties. What is the bottleneck? Because when we know what the bottleneck is, we know how to fix it. I mean, maybe we don't, but somebody does. And I don't know if we have that information, but I'd like to find out. And if somebody just says, well, my lawyer is telling me not to do this, or okay, so that's the bottleneck. If somebody's, I don't need to explain it any further. It's a very finite number for people who are very frustrated. And we say that there's a bottleneck, a unique bottleneck in each one of these. I think that we should find out. It's easy to find out. And without being, that's my point.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Kwan, I see that you have your mic open.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Follow up, I guess, to Commissioner Soboroff's question. I understand there's a bottleneck, but I think a bigger issue also is community well-being and what comes after kind of the situation. So I guess my question is about the legal aspect of it. Like, can a resident move back in and still file? Can they receive city services and move back into their housing and still take legal action against the city? Because I think that might be the bottleneck. And obviously, I wouldn't want to give up, an opportunity to be compensated adequately, right, by the city. So that's one of the questions that I have, is about the process. But also, when I took when I did the walkthrough, one of the issues that I think was an issue was that some of the properties are, well, there's the renters and then there's the property owners, right? So renters have very limited ability to make decisions about moving back into a property, because a property owner may decide to go in a different direction when it comes to repairs and things like that. So I wanted to find out what the difference in the numbers of renters versus property owners, and what property owners that have rental properties are doing in regards to kind of remedy the situation and working with the city. Do those questions make sense?
Yes, Commissioner, they do.
I know it was a lot.
Also, we can also have a follow-up if that's what the commissioners would like, for a report back and involve the city attorney's office as well, to answer some of those questions, especially when we're on legal ground.
So is anybody denied the ability to file a claim? Or if they file a claim, does it prevent them? Are they signing off any rights to take legal action later? I guess is the question, which I think
Mr. City Attorney, since you've joined us, I would ask that you perhaps respond to Commissioner Colache on that very precise and narrow question, if you would, to the extent that you know.
Sure. As far as I know, people that file claims are not being asked to waive anything. They file a claim just like anybody else. And then they're being represented by counsel. So I'm not sure what the advice to them would be with respect to anything beyond that.
Okay, so then there's no reason for them to not file a claim and to proceed to receive any city services so that they can move back into their property, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And I'm assuming that's being communicated to the residents?
If I can just add, Commissioner Kalanche, I think that's a really great point. And that's why the engagement of our community partners is so important, because they have started to build trust and a rapport with the tenants, especially. We've also been coordinating with the Los Angeles Housing Department, who has identified the properties where we do have tenants, especially tenants that are protected under the rent stabilization ordinance, to communicate to those landlords that the tenants do have rights and they do have a right to return to that unit once the unit has been repaired. And we're providing copies of those letters to our caseworkers at All People so that we can help to explain that the tenants that they have rights and what those rights are.
Yeah, that was concerning to hear that there was property owners that possibly didn't want to provide the rental back to the person that was there prior to the explosion. Yeah. And then lastly, I know Commissioner Sobroff, you're talking about the repairs. Some of the housing is very old, and I know that there was like foundation issues and things like that may cause a need for like more investment or longer repair. So I think that's going to take some time as well. And then lastly, the 140 participants in the intimate meeting, that was out of how many people invited? Just to get a sense of turnout.
We, Commissioner, this is Al Labrada again. So we asked All Peoples to support on that because they have that good relationship. So we sent out, we asked them to send that information out. Uncertain as to how many folks they actually reached, obviously because of the work. And we were trying to get that meeting in pretty quickly because we wanted to get that report to the residents as quickly as possible as well.
It seems like it's well attended. 140 participants is a good number. I just kind of wanted to get a sense of like how many, but I mean, I think that's a really good participation from the community.
Commissioner, one final thought on that intimate meeting. It was at the direction of Chief Moore that prior to the reports becoming public, he wanted to demonstrate respect to the community, that they would hear that information first. They would not be traveling or in their daily routine, hearing it on the radio or on television. He wanted to be there with the ATF, Mike Hoffman, to explain, and again, with bilingual access, what those reports were going to say before they went public. So I just think that's an important point to make so that the residents and businesses were given the respect that they deserve.
Yes, absolutely. And then you mentioned that the ATF report was translated already into Spanish.
The after action report from the department was, I believe the ATF report is still in progress.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's it, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Bonner, I saw that you had your mic open.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Just a couple of questions, and I'm really focused on first on the housing part of it. And I suppose this may be for Ms. Parks to offer a little more context. I'm trying to understand how many, you mentioned the 200 claims, the process being administered by the city attorney's office. And then in the discussion with Commissioner Sobroff, we talked about there being 30 homes that are at issue. Question is, trying to understand how many of the 200 claims relate to a homeowner trying to get something fixed to get back to their home, or I should say a resident, whether they rent or own the home. So I'm trying to understand that connection there. And then generally speaking, if you're able to characterize the process, what I'm also trying to understand is whether it's just what I might think of as an overly cumbersome process, much like you might expect with your insurance company that is kind of hardwired to deny claims and unless you can prove there's a basis for covering and paying, or is it something that really is being designed for more akin to disaster relief, where people are really viewing these things with an eye to cutting through the barriers and the red tape in order to get things addressed. So it just kind of, when I think about, the city attorney administering the process and so on, there's probably good reasons for that, but it just kind of raises that question as to what the basic mindset is. Is it about, being stringent and scrupulously reviewing every claim and having people prove that certain, whether it's the foundation or other things were really related to the explosion, or is it really, designed to get people back into their homes safely?
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Carol Parks again with Emergency Management Department. I will say that following two things. Following a disaster, especially one that is unplanned, it happened all of a sudden. So you can imagine the impact that residents and business owners emotionally were overwhelmed. And this whole process, first you have the personal impacts, emotional impacts, and then you have the fact that you're displaced from your home. So given the fact that they are emotionally dealing with this, that it is a process that the city uses for an incident such as this one through the claims process, that it is one in which the city attorney is doing everything possible. There's a team working on a daily basis to go through each of the claims. So of course, there is some level of accountability with that, but they realize that they have unique situations with each of these and that they are working through that process as best they can. So once an applicant or a claimant fills out the form, it's reviewed. There are follow-up questions that have to be discussed with the claimant. I do know that there are some language barriers. This is primarily a Spanish-speaking community who's been impacted. So we're working through that as well. So as Abigail mentioned, All People's Community Center has been that buffer for us between the city attorney's office, other city departments, and the residents to explain the process and to provide some level of trust to ensure that we limit the number of bottlenecks. But we do realize that, again, the claimants have 6 months to decide what they want to do. So some of them may be opting for more time to determine what they want to do. And some of them, again, are being advised by their own legal counsel to take certain actions. So it's a complicated description of where we are. And again, we can follow up offline with the city attorney's office, and I would advise that we do so to maybe get some more of our direct questions answered.
Appreciate that. By the way, real quick, do you know how many of the 200 claims that you referenced, do you know how many of those relate to residential repair issue? Either number or percentage?
We would have to get back on the breakdown of percentage of residential versus business.
Okay, appreciate that. And then just one other question, probably for Chief Labrada, quickly. You mentioned that the department still had a presence in the community and that you would be there as long as they wanted you there. And the question just is, how is that being? What is that discussion like, and how is that being determined? Are you surveying home by home and saying, hey, do you still want us here? Or is there a group that's speaking on behalf of the community? Is it being, how is that being handled in terms of measuring the community sentiment relative to the department's presence and satisfaction with your overall posture there?
So Commissioner, thank you for the question. So our senior lead officers remain there as well, but we also have a unit there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to provide security for the residents. But as long as those residents that are still boarded up are still in that condition, it's important for us to still be there because those residences are still occupied with personal items. We still have a security issue there, so we want to ensure that community is there. But those officers and the senior lead officers are there not only providing a security presence, but also a constant communication presence for those residents to identify issues. On a regular basis, we're coming up with questions from them, and we're pointing them in the right direction, whether it's a city attorney, whether it's All People, kind of guiding them in the right direction. So it's important we continue to do so until the residents feel that they're back in their homes, and there's no issues. So at this point, there's no end date, if you will. I think it's important for us to remain there. And then once the residents are back in their residences from the homes that are still unoccupied, then we can have that conversation with those residents to determine that longevity plan.
Okay, but am I hearing you correctly that that most of the feedback that or all of the feedback you're getting from the community on these issues really is by virtue of the SLOs and their interactions with the community?
Yes, sir. Yes, from our officers there consistently, and the captains as well, being in that community as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you. First, I should say, Ms. Parks, Ms. Marquez, and Chief Labrada, thank you very much for your presentations. I certainly do appreciate it. And to my fellow commissioners who asked a number of the questions I had on my list. So in that case, I'm going to focus my questioning to Chiefs Marino and Kowalski, who I understand are here to answer questions regarding the underlying or the department's report. And so first, my first question is, and I want you to understand, I may not be appreciating the impact of some of the recommendations that you've put forward. So I'd like you just to explain them further, if you don't mind. And first, I'd like clarity on the checks and balance system being put into place to ensure an event like this cannot happen again. And I'd like you to address specifically 2 points. Management decisions, checks and balances on management decisions, and checks and balances on what maybe would be considered the measurement analysis that goes into account when the bomb squad is working with explosive devices.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Chief Marino representing the Office of Special Operations. In regards to the recommendations that were made, the actions taken as a result of the after action report, we looked at 7 different areas in regards to notifications, the required response to the incident, the procedures, the training of the personnel, and the use of the equipment that the bomb squad uses, as well as the availability of transporting the object or rendering safe that object at that location. So in regards to your specific questions regarding the notification process or the procedures prior to rendering any item safe. So there will be a notification process that has been implemented in regards to the initial call that was received from bomb squad to the on-call supervisor from bomb squad personnel, up through that lieutenant who's in charge of that section, to the commanding officer of what we have and what we know of at that point of the phone call. If there's an object that once our personnel get on scene, that we look at that object and there's a determination made by the bomb squad supervisor of a render safe procedure of that object, notifications will be made to where the commanding officer of Emergency Services Division, the lieutenant of that section, will be responding to that incident. Upon their arrival, they'll ensure that the incident command system process has been implemented, where there's a safety officer. The required evacuations have been made, and the area is deemed sufficient for that object if a render safe procedure will take place. The safety officer and the documentation of the necessary steps in regards to their calculations are captured and reviewed by the safety officer as well as the supervisor. Either that will be the lieutenant or the commanding officer of that unit will be present and review those calculations prior to any kind of render safe action. As this process is ongoing, there'll be numerous briefs with the incident commander as to the operation and recommendations made by the bomb squad technician as the process moves towards that render safe. If the object is determined that it can be safely transported, a transportation plan will be developed, and the same procedures will take place. The safety officer will review that transportation plan. It will be briefed up to the incident commander to ensure that incident commander is comfortable and approves that plan prior to any of its moving forward with the actual plan of moving that object or rendering safe at that location. You know, the issues that we saw, as we know, we made a mistake in our calculations, and the department, the bomb squad personnel are sorry for that incident that occurred. We did not want that to occur anywhere, and the personnel are truly sorry for that. And you know, part of our recommendations is moving forward is to ensure that doesn't happen again. Notifications will also include immediately upon evacuation of any large-scale area on the devices, notifications to our city partners, emergency management department, the affected council office, the fire department, to ensure we all are on the same page prior to moving forward with any kind of disposal process. And then in regards, if I can just get your second question again, because I'd appreciate it.
I asked regarding management decisions and measurements, and I believe you've answered both parts of that, unless you had anything to add on that.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so then my next question, and I appreciate your comments about how the department is approaching this in a way to ensure this isn't going to happen again, and your comments about the folks who were on the ground, who I'm sure take responsibility for this as well. But my second question is related to that, and some information in the reports that about conversations that took place regarding measurements and questioning measurements, and one can interpret that, I think, cynically as complacency of not double checking, triple checking. Others may say, you know, people deferred to higher ranking people or to people perceived as experts, and didn't instill that checks and balance issue. And I understand procedurally what you have identified, but what is the plan and the department's plan in terms of addressing the culture that perhaps is too deferential to people with higher rank or people who are perceived to be experts, and not listening to all voices that perhaps are expressing concern about the process being implemented?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. In regards to the culture or the organization within Emergency Services Division, that command has had some changeover in regards to the leadership there. The new captain who recently was assigned there has made great strides in ensuring a revised standard operating guidelines have been established that is currently in the review process with both Chief Kowalski and myself, which will then be briefed to the Chief of Police in regards to the guidelines and operating procedures of that unit. You know, the conversations that are ongoing in regards to this incident and lessons learned from this incident and how we can get better to ensure that this doesn't happen again is ongoing by not only the captain, but also by the lieutenant and sergeant that is in charge of that unit, as well as the leadership at Counterterrorism and Special Operations Bureau. You know, it's a process because, you know, we're learning from the mistake. We're trying to get through the mistake and make it right with our people with these revised standardized operating guidelines. The input and feedback from the Alcohol Tobacco Firearm, as well as the additional training from the FBI in regards to render safe procedures is helpful in moving forward and understanding the importance of doing measurements and calculations to ensure that we're right on target on what we're disposing and what counter charges we're using to make sure that that object is rendered safe in a controlled manner.
Thank you, Chief. Obviously, this is an ongoing process to ensure that the culture, particularly of the bomb squad that deals with so many dangerous items, dangerous to the officers, dangerous to the communities, there has to be an ongoing process to ensure that the culture of everyone working on that team is one of leaving their egos at the door and double checking, triple checking, and just being sure that every process is being complied with. So I look forward to continuing conversations with you and your team on that. My final question, Chief, if you could, Chief Moore previously spoke a little bit about this, but I wonder if you could expand, since you're here today, on the efforts to do outreach to other agencies and departments and their practices, and what you learned about perhaps what they are doing, what LAPD is not doing, or how you can improve from lessons learned from that aspect of your analysis.
Commissioner, I'm going to refer that question to Chief Kowalski.
Good morning, Commissioner. Specific to your question, since this incident started, we did an internal inspection of Emergency Services Division. And one of the areas that we looked at was how effective were our relationships with other agencies, both federal and local law enforcement, and how could we improve upon those areas? And in looking at this, and from what we've learned is, I think our relationship with existing agencies such as Ventura County Sheriff, the LA County Sheriff's Department has been very consistent over the years, but there is room for improvement in those areas in the ways of training and best practices. And obviously out of necessity, we immediately partnered with the LA County Sheriff's Department in use of, if scenarios came up, that we would use their total containment vessel potentially for transportation. So as a result of this incident, that relationship has continued to improve. We've also had a history of working closely with our partners at the United States Marine Corps, specifically at Camp Pendleton, and we have had some relationships with them. However, our commanding officer has now, as part of the new practices, he's now going to be designated one officer, one bomb technician or supervisor to be assigned as a liaison. So for example, the United States Marine Corps partners in Camp Pendleton will have one officer that they work closely with, and they will share best practices, training opportunities. And we know that training opportunities with other units has been somewhat limited over the past few years, COVID being a factor in that sense, in that area. But that's an area that quarterly we're going to look at, and how can we enable our training with them to be consistent and continue and productive on both, and how we can expand our relationships with other partner agencies. So moving forward, it is one of our priorities, and we are evaluating it monthly and on a quarterly basis.
Thank you very much. Thank you both, Chiefs. Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. First of all, I want to thank everyone present, Chief Grimala, Chief Umbrata, Chief Marino, Chief Kowalski, Ms. Parks, Ms. Marquez. This was a very informative presentation that you made, not only for the commission, but hopefully for the city. I know that this issue, since it occurred in June, has presented a lot of challenges, not only to the residents who were most readily impacted by it, but also the citizens of Los Angeles as well, because of their concern for these residents, as we hear week in and week out. I think that the department, Chief Moore in particular, went a long way by owning up to the mistakes that were made. And the department, along with other city services, as exemplified today, have come forward with a plan to help these citizens who have been most impacted by it. And nothing is perfect, as Commissioner Soboroff has pointed out in his questioning with respect to some of the bottlenecks that we've seen and that are facing, but I'm sure that we will get past this. And what I am most impressed with that the department has taken ownership with so far is the acknowledgement that they will no longer detonate explosions in residential areas, which I think the citizens of Los Angeles, having learned this the hard way, unfortunately, can appreciate going forward as a policy of the department. All of the questions that I was going to ask, the commissioners have preempted me, as I knew they would. And so I just want to thank everyone in the room. And I will ask this, however, Chief Vermala, because there were a number of questions raised by Commissioner Soberoff and Commissioner Kalanche, as well as Commissioner Bonner, that those items that they specifically asked for a report back on, if you could provide a report, say within 2 weeks, no more than 3 weeks, a report back specifically with respect to those properties. You know, if we can get that information, as Commissioner Soberoff said, we don't want to know who the residents are. We simply want to know what those bottlenecks on those 30 properties are, if we can get that information. Commissioner Kalanche wanted information concerning renters versus actual property owners. Specifically, if I can reword her question slightly, you know, what is the displacement there for those who are renting and versus the property owners? How many have been displaced? I understand the number of claims, but the number of claims doesn't necessarily equate to the number of people who have been displaced and who are still living in hotels provided for them by the city. And, you know, what timeline do we have for them to return to their residence? With that, I want to thank everyone in the room. Thank you at all, and we'll be moving on to item 4B on the agenda at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, President Briggs.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Briggs. Just want to make sure you can hear me.
I can hear you, Chief Reyna. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. Hello to all the commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. T-Fank, Mr. Sibley. If it's okay to begin, Commissioner Briggs?
Yes.
Okay.
Go for it, Chief Reyna.
The department was asked by the Board of Police Commissioners to discuss training related to responding to calls for service involving subjects armed with edge weapons, along with inquiring with other agencies regarding best practices in responding to those situations. At first, I'd just like to read some statistics. In 2020, the department responded to 15,716 incidents where we encountered a person armed with an edge weapon or reported to be armed with an edge weapon. Only 64 incidents of those over 15,000 calls resulted in some type of use of force. 46 were non-categorical use of forces, and 18 were categoricals, 10 of those being officer-involved shootings. So overall, when looking at the 15,716 incidents in 2020, only 0.4% resulted in some type of use of force overall, and 0.11% resulted in a categorical use of force. When looking at the numbers in 2019, very similar with the overall percentage being 0.41%. Looking at the numbers in 2016 and just regarding categorical use of forces and non-cats related to subjects with edge weapons. In 2016, the total use of forces were 72. It rose in 2017 to 89. At that time in 2017, the department changed policy regarding edge weapon calls for service, as well as calls relating to subjects in distress due to mental illness. In that point, where communications would then dispatch a supervisor to accompany the officers when responding to calls for service with individuals armed with edge weapons, and again, in distress due to mental illness. In 2017, I said we had 89. We went down to 20, in 2018, went down to 59 calls, 59 total uses of force, which is a dramatic drop. We can't put our finger on exactly that we believe because we dispatch a supervisor with those officers, but it kind of coincides with the fact that we changed our dispatching policy to have that supervision and oversight responding to those type of calls, and we did see the drop. It did rise in 2019 to 68, and then in 2020 of 64 overall, like I said. But I just want to add on, in 2019, the dispatch system for communications was changed slightly, which captured additional data related to calls for service regarding edge weapons, more articulate data. So we believe that had some impact on the overall number of calls related to that. In 2020, again, I said there was 49 total categorical use of forces in 2020. 18 involved subjects with edge weapons, which is 37%. 27 of those 49 were officer-involved shootings, and 10 of the 27 were officer-involved shooting involving a subject armed with an edge weapon, or again, 37%. In discussing our training related to responding to calls for service involving individuals armed with an edge weapon or perceived to be armed with a weapon or with some other type of weapon other than a firearm. When discussing our training, in all training related to use of force, there's always a reverence for human life being the guiding principle for all use of force training. Within that training and use of force, we also talk about proportionality and de-escalation. That is infused in all of our use of force training, whether it's less lethal, arrest and control, grappling techniques, whatever it may be, is we stress that reverence for human life, the de-escalation and proportionality of the use of force compared to that situation. Edge weapons response is covered in our weapons other than firearms bulletin, which was published in October of 2017, which all department personnel received. Also during that training and use of force involving responding to individuals with edge weapons, if an edge weapon armed suspect is not attacking anyone, not approaching any potential victims, or not currently having a hostage, officers are taught to maintain distance and cover and have designated cover officer and use less lethal device, which brings to the patrol acronym. We talk about that a lot in our use of force boards with police commission, the patrol acronym of planning, assessment, time, redeployment, other resources, and lines of communication. The patrol acronym is infused in all of our use of force training, particularly when it comes to less lethal use of force. That's what we expect of our personnel in the field when they're responding to these calls, to use that patrol acronym when assessing that situation. For in-service training, edge weapon training is addressed in our LETAC school. That's a 36-hour course that is given mostly to our patrol operation folks. It's a recurring basis, so we have a backlog of officers that are waiting to go into that class. We fill that class as soon as we have that class available, which usually occurs about every other month that we're able to put a LETAC class through. And we also have our force option simulator, which is kind of our current virtual reality type of training that we've had for quite some time. There's numerous scenarios within our FOSS options that address edge weapons. The officers are tasked with handling that situation, de-escalating, handling that appropriately, and then debriefing with the supervision that are running that scenario for the officer to make sure that they understand the patrol acronym and the proper use of force. In debriefing for categorical use of forces and a non-categorical use of forces, it's always touched upon regarding less lethal deployment, the de-escalation, the use of time, distance, and cover involving individuals with edge weapons. In our mobile field force training, it's discussed with de-escalation and the use of less lethal, particularly the 40 millimeter. When it talks about individuals armed with edge weapons, it's also discussed in our less lethal munitions 4-hour course when officers are being first trained in the use of less lethal munitions, particularly the 40 millimeter and beanbag, regarding, again, de-escalation, the patrol acronym, cover and distance, and trying to deal with the individual through the de-escalation techniques, through that communication first before anything else occurs. Also, which will most likely be presented next week, one of the recommendations in the after action report is a recertification of our personnel in the use of less lethal devices, our 40 millimeter, our beanbag, and taser on an ongoing recurring basis. And during that training, again, it'll be discussed regarding the proper use of that tool, that device, the use in situations when subjects are armed with edge weapons, again, reemphasizing the patrol acronym and that de-escalation. And that'll be a recommendation that officers are continually going through that recertification process and discussing that again as they do that to be recertified. In the academy, for new recruits, they receive 16 hours of specific training that discusses edge weapons in particular. 9 hours of use of deadly force, 2 hours of de-escalation, and then 5 hours of live scenarios involving individuals with edge weapons. So our recruits coming out of the academy are receiving 16 hours of use of force training related to individuals involved with edge weapons. With our other in-service training, when officers are recertifying and qualifying with their firearms, they're shooting from distances from 21 feet up to 75 feet and estimating that distance during their firearms qualifications. And again, like I said, in the after action report recommendation, it's also going to be part of that recertification where they're judging distances and the use of those less lethal tools. And the reason I bring that up is oftentimes there's discussion regarding the 21-foot rule. And I just want to explain where that 21-foot rule came from. The Force Science Institute discussed a 21-foot rule. The simple principle that they spoke about was that a person can sprint 21 feet in roughly 1.5 seconds. And the Force Science Institute determined that it takes 1.5 seconds approximately for an officer to draw a firearm and fire 2 unaimed shots. So that's where that 21-foot rule had come about. It's discussed often in police forums and police blogs regarding the 21-foot rule. However, the LAPD does not teach the 21-foot rule. Instead, the LAPD teaches officers to assess each situation individually and decide whether to use less lethal, deadly, or any force based on the circumstances. So I just want to reiterate that the LAPD does not teach that 21-foot rule, but I just wanted to give the basis and the background of where that came from. Moving on to self-mutilating suicidal subjects. I'm sure the police commissioners have seen categorical use of force that have come through involving individuals who are self-mutilating suicidal subjects. Recently, the chief of police has modified our policies related to the use of less lethal devices when encountering subjects who are suicidal and self-mutilating. In a nutshell, we have rewritten, for example, the taser and the 40 and the beanbag, that it is a last resort. I just want to read one paragraph from the Taser 7 Use of Force Tactics Directive that was just recently signed by the chief of police. It says officers who encounter an armed, self-mutilating, or suicidal individual shall not use a taser against that person unless the officers reasonably believe that the use of the taser would not place the officers in a position which could escalate the situation to the use of lethal force. If officers choose to use a taser in these situations, they should utilize distance and cover to avoid placing themselves in a vulnerable position. And the reason I'm bringing that up is we've seen in certain situations the categorical use of forces where officers are trying to do that right thing. We have a suicidal, self-mutilating subject who may be stabbing themselves, maybe slicing their own throat, trying to harm themselves, and officers are trying to use the less lethal to save that life. And in certain situations, we found that the use of that less lethal has provoked that individual who then now has focused on the officer, and the attack comes toward the officer, which was resulting in a categorical use of force or an officer-involved shooting. So the policy has changed to basically say, we prefer that you don't use the less lethal in these situations unless it's an absolute last resort, and you have taken in consideration that distance and cover, and you're at quite a distance, and you have a great plan before you're deploying that less lethal device, just in case it should provoke the individual to want to attack that officer. During this also, we went into best practices. We decided to ask around different agencies, both here in the country and outside the country, regarding best practices in responding to individuals armed with edge weapons and their less lethal use of force in that situation. And we reached out to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Orange County Sheriff's Department in Florida, the NYPD, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, Dallas Police Department, and then also we reached out to agencies in Tokyo, France, London, and in Italy. Overall, what we found, most departments that we contacted utilize the same tactics as the LAPD. Distance and cover were emphasized to give officers time to use available resources, contain the subject, provide ability to communicate with the subject, and give officers additional time to formulate a plan. What was evident from our contacts with outside agencies was that LAPD is on the forefront of the less lethal deployment when it comes to situations involving subjects armed with edge weapons. We found that most agencies do not deploy a taser, beanbag, or 40mm less lethal launcher in every unit. It's sporadic in some agencies. One car may have it, maybe a supervisor has it. They don't require it for all officers here in Los Angeles Police Department. Officers working the field are required to have some type of less lethal device, usually the taser at minimum, with them when they're out in that field. So we have the benefit of having those less lethal devices at our disposal when needed immediately. Some agencies, again, have split them amongst their units, although in some agencies, only specially trained officers can deploy. For example, the Orange County Sheriff's Department in Florida SWAT team is the only unit that's authorized to deploy a 40mm less lethal launcher. Whereas, for example, for us, even with our new vehicles that are rolling out from our motor transport division, there is a secure less lethal rack that the 40mm device can be secured right next to those officers so they can immediately deploy that upon arriving at scene. Moving on, we found that the tools are consistent amongst the agencies: the beanbag shotgun, the taser, the 40mm less lethal launcher, pepper spray, and we saw the pepper ball launcher. The department does carry a pepper ball launcher, but it's only for our SWAT team and our K-9 officers at this time. It's not deployed for field purposes. Looking outside, talking to personnel from the Tokyo Police Department, they did describe it that they're heavily discouraged from even drawing their firearms when faced with a deadly weapon. In Japan, citizens do not have a right to possess firearms or swords, and permitting the permitting process to obtain these weapons is very daunting. So the police are all trained in some form of martial arts. The training also includes the use of batons and hand-to-hand combat. And what was really interesting that we found, and they told us this, was that there exists an acceptance that when facing a suspect with an edged weapon, the officer may be injured. So we found that obviously they don't have the tools that we do when it comes to less lethal, and they have a different perspective regarding officer safety and the fact that they may actually have to incur injury when dealing with someone who's armed with an edged weapon. Moving on, we consulted with agencies in France. Much of their training focuses on de-escalation. However, when it comes to the actual edge weapon tactics, they focus heavily on the use of firearms and justify the use of deadly force by referring to several high-profile terrorism-based knife attacks throughout France in the previous decade. So we saw that they have a different perspective on the use of deadly force when it comes to encountering individuals armed with edge weapons. Going on to the UK, the rules governing use of force are very similar to our own. The police do not routinely carry firearms. Most officers in England and Wales are required to enforce the law, keep order, and protect themselves and other people armed with nothing more than their verbal and physical skills, irritant spray, a baton, and in some cases, a taser. So again, when comparing that, we found that we feel that our officers are more well equipped when dealing with individuals that are armed with edge weapons. We also reached out to the Police Executive Research Forum, often called PERF. That's an organization of police executives from around the country and outside the country. They have a program that they just recently integrated over, I believe, about 3-4 years ago called ICAT, Integrating Communication Assessment and Tactics. That training model is almost identically in line with our PATROL acronym of de-escalation, of planning, assessment, time, and trying to de-escalate that situation before moving forward to address the situation that's occurring. So when we look at this overall, we feel that we do have adequate training. We feel that especially coming out of the academy, the recruits are getting their trainings, specifically the 16 hours geared towards dealing with individuals with edge weapons. It's great that we have at our disposal the less lethal tools that I described compared to some other agencies that may have to wait for someone to respond with that less lethal tool or may not even actually have it. So it's nice to know that our officers are out there, that they're equipped and they're properly trained to evaluate these situations and address these situations accordingly. Obviously, that training is ongoing, like I described with in-service with LETAC and mobile field force training, and then hopefully with our after action report recommendation going through to allow for that recertification and the less lethal, which will then cover the discussion related to the deployment of that less lethal device and how it's used in situations when we encounter individuals armed with edge weapons.
Thank you, Chief Reyna, and thank you for such a comprehensive presentation on this matter. I know that this is a subject of concern for the public, as it is for a number of commissioners. Just broadly and colloquial speaking, the perception of someone bringing a knife to a gunfight is what is often heard. And from the public's point of view, they often wonder why less lethal wasn't used in these circumstances, as opposed to lethal force against someone with an edged weapon. You've gone through some of the training cycles that our officers go through from both the academy as well as the recurring training scenarios. And I just want to drill down on some of that a bit, if you will, before I turn it over to some of the other commissioners. And I was also pleased to hear about the new policies that the chief just signed off on with regard to use of force against those with edged weapons, particularly those who are self-mutilating themselves. My question with respect to the training, and you mentioned the Force Options Simulator, which is referred to as FOSS. I understand that there are several scenarios with regard to FOSS, but the scenario often repeated, or at least that I've heard about from officers themselves, was the scenario that's presented to them of someone with an edged weapon closing a distance on that officer rapidly, and therefore the officer has no choice but to use deadly force in that scenario. And then the officers are trained to almost develop body memory in that scenario. My question is, based on all of the cases that you've cited so far, I believe for let's just take 2020. You said there were 49 categorical uses of force, 18 of which involved an edged weapon, 37%. Of those edged weapon scenarios out of 2020, what percent of those did that suspect with an edged weapon rapidly approach the officer versus stay in their position, walk around in their position, such that they could have been contained and or less lethal force used?
Commissioner, I don't have that data. We were tasked previously to go back for 5 years of categorical use of force evaluation regarding edged weapons. We're looking at approximately 100 that we are going to review. If we're looking at, like say, for example, 2020, there was 18 situations involving categoricals where an edged weapon was involved with the subject. That analysis is not completed yet, as far as looking at each one, reading each case by case to determine exactly what the circumstances were, what were the suspect's actions, what were those officers' actions, whether it was a use of lethal force or whether it was an officer involved shooting, was it some type of bodily force that resulted in a categorical. That analysis is still being done, and we're doing that for a 5-year basis on the categoricals related to edged weapons. So I don't have that specific data right now, but I can get that for you.
So, and with regard to training, are officers trained to first use non-lethal force when confronted with an edged weapon versus lethal force?
So the officers are trained, obviously with the patrol acronym, to plan, assess, time, other resources, going on through our patrol acronym. Every situation is different. The de-escalation comes into play tremendously of starting from the lowest point, in a sense of let's have that conversation. If it rapidly escalates to the point where officer would have to use deadly force, that officer is going to have to articulate why they went from a simple conversation upon arriving at scene to the use of lethal force. The training emphasizes that, to have that, open those lines of communication, assess the situation, plan, try to create that distance and cover, try to put time on your side, try to use other resources first. Oftentimes we see that the subject who's armed with that edge weapon is now dictating that situation and pushes it where the officer has to react. And if the officer has to go from that simple line of communication up to the use of deadly force, they're going to have to articulate why they jumped from a 1 to a 10 in a sense so quickly. And we hold them accountable. We hold them accountable in training, and obviously we hold them accountable when that categorical use of force occurs. So the training is always emphasizing on slowing it down, creating distance, getting cover, creating a plan, opening those line of communications, using those de-escalation techniques before you go, in a sense, to the next level, depending on the circumstances. So the training is, yes, to calm the situation, slow it down, assess, and have that time on your side, because time is on our side. Rarely, in a sense, do we have to rush into something when we counter an individual, especially someone, let's say, who's having a crisis with mental illness, who's armed with an edge weapon, maybe, for example, standing in the middle of an intersection. Let's coordinate it off. Let's slow that down. Let's have that conversation, unless that subject dictates that we have to take immediate action. And then the officers are trained to do so.
Thank you, Chief Reyna. I'm going to turn it over to other commissioners now. Commissioner Soboroff, I see your mic is open.
Sure, yeah. President Briggs, I agree with you. This was a very thorough presentation and answers a lot of questions. There's one statistic in there that's of real interest to me. This 1.5 seconds to draw and 1.5 seconds for 21 feet. 55 years ago, I ran track at Taft High School. And the record will reflect that I ran under 10 seconds in the 100-yard dash. Well, this 21-foot rule 15 feet in 1 second is a 20-second 100. In other words, you're assuming, even in this case, that the person is moving half as fast as a lot of people that run. And so I think that, that's a conservative number. It's very interesting, but it's not like an officer has no time to react. In that case, if somebody was a fast runner or had some momentum, they could easily go a lot more than 21 feet before an officer could do anything. So I just thought it was interesting, but I wanted to point out that it's certainly not exaggerated, because a lot of people can run that far backwards in that period of time. Thank you for the report.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Any other commissioners' questions for Chief Reyna? Commissioner Kalanche?
I like Chief Kalanche. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Chief Reyna, I have a couple of questions. And I agree that this was a lot of information and very thorough. Thank you. I'm very interested in your 5-year analysis. So I guess my question is, who's doing the analysis? Is it an internal analysis?
So my staff is working with our critical incident review division that handles overall with all the use of force categorical non-cat that comes in. So they have all the statistical data and all the reports. So they're gathering that for us, and my staff is going to review all that and put that together in a report. Just a matter of gathering. Obviously, that's a lot of information for a 5-year period to get through, but we're working together on that.
So I guess what I'm really interested in when you do that analysis, what criteria you're using, because I think one of the things that I'd like to see added, and maybe it's already part of the criteria that you're using to analyze, is of each incident, whether or not the officers involved have received the training that you're discussing, the 36 hours of training, and what other training they're receiving, so that we can have an assessment of whether more training is needed, right? Or whether training doesn't matter, right? Maybe they're getting a lot of training, but there's still like an issue of categorical force or officer involved shooting when it comes to edge weapons. So I think that I don't know if it's something that you're thinking about, and I know it's a lot more work to do that. But I feel that there is some sort of data collected on which officers have received what training. So I would love to see that added in there, because I think we need to assess whether we need more training for these officers, especially, I mean, having the opportunity to review cases. I think that we've seen that there is a need for more communication skill building, especially for newer officers or officers on patrol. I think de-escalation training is always needed, right? And refreshing of the training. And I know that the need for training is something that costs money, right? But just kind of assessing whether training is working or not working, I think is absolutely critical in order for us to assess whether we need more training for use for officers when they encounter edge weapons. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And we can do that. We can obviously identify the cases, identify the officers involved, and then research what type of training they have related to those situations and put that together. Absolutely.
And can you forward to the commission the rest of the criteria that you're using, just so that when so that we have a chance to review it before you start the analysis, instead of like, you do the 5-year analysis and then it gets to us and then we're like, why didn't you use this other criteria or other measures? Would that be okay for you to send to us?
We could do that.
Just in case you want to chime in. But so one of the things that I was looking forward to is to hearing your presentation in order to assess whether we needed to do more research inside our department. It looks like you've done a lot of research outside the department, but I think it's still an important thing for us to assess, since even the 10 categorical, I think it was, or the 37% is still a number that I think is too high when we're dealing with people with edge weapons. And I think that the public is something the public is also looking at. So I actually really look forward to your analysis, the 5-year analysis. I think it would be critical for us as we move forward to assess whether policy needs to be changed or if there's any recommendations for policy. So I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Calache. Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions?
Yes, just one for Deputy Chief Reyna, please. And this is just a continuation of something we discussed once before, and that is I wanted to make sure the analysis that you're doing, particularly with in regards to the 37% of the officer-involved shootings in 2020, I believe, that involved an edge weapon. You recall we were discussing at least my question or concern about the prevalence of situations where the officer in those situations may, misperceive the actual distance between the subject and the officer at the time of a shooting. And in particular, the question, as to what more we can learn as to maybe some of that is, I hate to say inherent, but, a function of a human being reacting, with adrenaline and so on and so forth. How much of it is potentially a training issue or something else, but let's just make sure that we understand, or I would appreciate you commenting to clarify or just, assure us that question will be looked at as part of the review that you're undertaking.
Yes, absolutely. As best as we can to determine, obviously, the actual distance from, let's say, officer to subject when that occurred. And then if it's in that investigation, what that officer perceived the distance was, then we could also list that too. Correct.
Yeah,
yes.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Just really a comment. Thank you, Chief Reyna, for your presentation. Much appreciated. Commissioner Bonner and I in the Use of Force Subcommittee had the opportunity to get a preview of that. And I just want to share with my fellow commissioners that the request to look internally and do that deep dive came from the Use of Force Subcommittee, and we'll be overseeing that. So Commissioner Calache, your comments very well taken. Thank you, as are all the other commissioner comments. And we'll be checking in on that. And we understood it would take a little time to put that together. But because the results of comparing the department to so many other departments, well, you heard the report today, that we thought it would be important to do an internal look and a deep dive on what lessons can be looked what lessons can be gained from doing an internal look of all of these cases over a 5-year period. So thank you again for that, Chief Reyna, and we'll certainly coordinate through Mr. T-Fang for all the commissioners to be engaged.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker, for taking the lead on that. Chief Reyna, thank you very much for a great presentation today. It helped illuminate an issue that is of concern to a lot of the citizens here in Los Angeles. We appreciate your efforts, and we look forward to the continuing report on this matter. Thank you. Have a great day. At this time, Commissioners, we're going to move to item 4C, the Department's verbal presentation relative to the recruitment of police officer applicants. We're going to bring forward Captain McCraney. Captain McCraney, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Board of Police Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. T-Fang, Assistant Inspector General, City Attorney, and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the state of recruitment, spending, outreach, and hiring for the LAPD. I want to take a moment to introduce members of the team that will be presenting with me today also. That's going to be Sergeant Louis Lavender. He's the acting officer in charge of recruitment section. Mr. Maurice Kitchen, who's a creative consultant for African American market initiatives. And then also Mr. Anthony Mack, who is a community leader and a member of the African American think tank for LAPD recruitment. And I would be remiss if I did not mention also the son of iconic civil rights leader, John Mack. For this fiscal year, Recruitment and Employment Division has identified 3 primary intents. 1 is to hire 744 officers. 2 is to do it with diversity, with focuses on African American, Asian American, Pacific Islanders, and women. And 3, to improve the overall hiring process. Historically, the department has maintained parity with the city demographics in all categories, with the exception of females. A review of our sworn demographic breakdown reveals that the department is primarily on par with the city. As it stands today, the department is 51% Hispanic, while the city represents 48%. The department is 29% Caucasian, while the city is 29%. The department is 9% African American, while the city is 8%. The department is 11% Asian American Pacific Islander, while the city is 12%. And as I mentioned before, the department is only at 19% women, which is substantially below the city at 51%. Although the department has primarily maintained parity with city demographics, it also has recognized the need to place greater emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is evident by the chart, which reflects the hiring uptrend in females, the amber line, African Americans, which is the blue line, and level in Asian American Pacific Islanders, which is the red line. Although hiring was limited last fiscal year, the department was able to attain diversity appointments as follows: 35% were African American, 8% were Asian American Pacific Islanders, and 54% were women. So far this fiscal year, our diversity focused hiring represents 12% African American, 12% Asian American Pacific Islanders, and 39% women. With that said, the projected appointments for this next academy class represents a considerable decrease in diversity. The overall appointments for that class is as follows. We have 64 that we have appointed for September. 3% of that class is African American, 73% is Hispanic, 16% is Caucasian, 8% is Asian American Pacific Islander, and 19% are women. These declining numbers are a direct reflection of the challenges faced this past year and has impacted our ability to recruit and hire. The primary challenges were the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions and closures of viable recruitment locations, the underlying effects and public sentiment related to the civil unrest, the suspension and reallocation of marketing and advertising funds, the pause of hiring, marketing, and advertisements, the loss of personnel resources with partnering agencies, the City of Los Angeles Personnel Department, that's our main partner, helps us to do all our recruitment and hiring, and the competition from other police departments that's drained from our candidate pool and also our established workforce. This year, we also have a 40% increase in hiring goals, which is due to our loss in overall sworn attrition. And most recently, we've had a slight uptick in hesitancy of candidates regarding the city vaccination mandates. With that said, all police officers are expected to have been vaccinated for many diseases. The vaccinations are generally attained in childhood as required to attend school. The group of vaccinations that an employer must offer to first responders to prevent the spread of airborne diseases include the following: influenza, measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, diphtheria, pertussis, and varicella. To prevent bloodborne pathogen exposure, the employer must also offer hepatitis B vaccines. Candidates are required to show proof of vaccinations prior to being scheduled for their medical exam. The vaccinations are a condition of employment. However, it should be noted that medical services does not have a case of a candidate that has not complied with vaccination requirements. In response to the challenges, we adjusted strategies and focused resources on the candidates that were harvested in our 7-step hiring process. That allowed us to build and maintain a healthy pool of candidates to sustain us several months into this new hiring fiscal year. With the reestablishment of the recruitment and hiring budget, we're back in business and have a robust plan to meet our hiring goals. The budgeted recruitment funds are allocated in 5 primary areas. 1 being recruitment outreach and canvassing, 2 being candidate mentorship and retention, 3 being social media outreach, 4 being paid advertisement and marketing, and lastly being a hiring process restructure. For the next portion of this presentation, I would like to take a deeper dive with Sergeant Lavender and focus in on some of the strategies put in place for African-American recruitment and hiring. However, before I bring on Sergeant Lavender, I want to share with you a market initiative mashup representing our influencer campaign. No, can't hear it.
Unfortunately, we can't hear Captain McRaney if there was vocal associated with that.
Okay, we're going to try it one more time, and then if not, we'll move on.
For those out there, man, if you care about LA like how I care about LA and how we care about Los Angeles, then you should possibly think about, you know what? I care about my community. I want to be for the community. I want to join the LAPD. Now, for
Los Angeles needs people who will protect and serve our communities. Individuals who will serve our residents, who see every human as a unique person they are and can make smart, unbiased, and just decisions. The LAPD.
As a member of the Los Angeles Football Club, I put on for my city. I love supporting and bringing joy to the community. That's why I support the LAPD.
DJ Leslie of Real 92.3, and I'm here to personally congratulate you on passing your personal history statement. You're on your way to becoming a police officer with the LAPD. You're now eligible to schedule yourself for a department interview on MyPD.
Candace Parker of your LA Sparks. To compete at the highest level, I recognize my values and what motivates me. I love the sport, the competition, and bringing home wins to my city. What motivates you? Do you value helping people, being a leader in your community, and making our city a safer place? If so, LAPD is hiring people just like you.
Be part of something bigger than yourself to make a difference in your community, to have a career with great benefits and pay, then the Los Angeles Police Department is looking for you. Visit
around the country, you realize how easy it is to take your hometown for granted. Sure, the city of LA isn't perfect, but we're all working to make it better. Especially the LAPD, who are actively looking for the next generation of officers from all walks of life to represent and protect the entire community. If you want to make a positive impact in our community while earning great pay and great benefits, apply today at joinlapd.com. That's joinlapd.com. I'm David Long Jr. of the Los Angeles Rams. Peace.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Sergeant Lavender. I work Recruitment and Employment Division. I'm currently the acting OIC of Recruitment Section, and we are the ones responsible for coming up with recruitment strategies and implementing them. First, let me thank you all for providing me the opportunity to speak on some of the things that we're doing here at Recruitment and Employment Division. One of our primary initiatives in the recruitment of diversity is our local colleges. We've identified colleges and universities with a very robust, diverse student body. And we focus on the schools with a high percentage of African Americans and Asian American Pacific Islanders and women. We've established partnerships with some of these schools solely directed at the recruitment into the Los Angeles Police Department. We are making connections with the career center counselors, athletic directors, criminal justice professors, behavior science chairs. We're partaking in job fairs, hosting our own LAPD seminars with the schools in partnership with them, and conducting in-person and virtual classroom presentations, talking directly to the students, piquing their interest in the Los Angeles Police Department. Other initiatives along with the schools are working with our historically Black universities and colleges. A few years ago, I was able to actually take part in going to Fayetteville University in North Carolina. I can say firsthand, it was a great experience. The college welcomed us with open arms. The students were happy to see us there. They were all engaging. It was truly a nice experience. We got a lot of interest. A lot of young individuals took the test. But one of the very highlighting events for me while I was there was at the job fair. There was a booth about 2 booths down from us. We were getting a lot of interest, but so were they. And I was just curious to kind of see what they were doing that was engaging the students. And they had a table full of top ramen. And right then and there, like, I automatically started thinking about myself being in college and how I was living off top ramen and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and thinking, how are we going to get these students to be able to come back to Los Angeles and continue on in the testing process, given the financial constraints of your normal average college student. And I believe that was one of the issues that had a particular adverse impact on our ability to recruit at the HBCUs. From our HBCU trips that year, we had about 113 test takers. From that 113, only about 40% went on to complete the personal history statement, which that is done online. But the next step was the department interview, which hadn't yet been made virtual yet. And we only had about 12% continue on to the department interview. And we had about 3 complete the entire process. And of that 3, 1 eventually ended up getting disqualified. The other withdrew, and we had 1 who was appointed and currently on the job. Although we have not had the success with the historical Black colleges that we would like to yet, we have strategized and put some things in place that we believe would give us more of a presence and more of an impact on our recruitment to our HBCUs. Working to establish and build relationships with the HBCUs by doing a periodic in-person and virtual visits to have more of a presence and recognizability as a potential employer. We don't believe just going out there one time will have that impact like we like. We have to show that commitment and that dedication to recruiting our students at our historically Black colleges. Also, we want to identify Southern California natives who are currently attending the historical Black colleges, just because organically they'll be in and out of the Los Angeles area on travel or on vacation. And once they finish school, naturally they'll be back in Los Angeles, and hopefully they'll have a job waiting for them. We also wanted to identify and reduce barriers that we believe get in the way of successful completion of the hiring process, such as housing, finance, and travel expenses. And to overcome some of these obstacles, we have virtualized many of our test parts, which will prevent students who are abroad from having to come back and forth to Los Angeles to complete test parts. Also, we're expanding our expanding our cadre of mentors to increase candidate engagement and provide consistent outreach. Provide resources such as the Los Angeles Police Federal Credit Union's 5-0 Fund, which is a loan program specifically for new and sworn civilian law enforcement personnel. We also are seeking partnerships and looking for housing alternatives. That way it can ease some of the financial stress for candidates who are coming to Los Angeles to take test parts. And also we're working with numerous organizations to basically provide financial literacy, which will help prevent some of the shortcomings during the hiring process that unfortunately disqualifies or holds up processes when candidates are going through the process. Partnerships are another thing that we're utilizing here at Recruitment and Employment Division to widen our recruitment span and outreach and hiring efforts. Community safety partnerships, just as the department has made it a focal point to utilize partnerships to address community concerns and crime reduction, we have utilized the same approach to address recruitment concerns and strategies. Diversity, equity, inclusion, ensuring that we are being inclusive in our messaging, our imagery, and our outreach. Working with the Los Angeles Community College District, building partnerships with the schools because they are target rich with diversity. They are target rich with candidates in that optimal age range. They're local. They've demonstrated some level of ambition by seeking higher education. They sooner or later should be looking for a job looking for a profession in the very, very near future. We've also established community-based diversity recruitment think tanks. The think tanks are comprised of community stakeholders with a particular interest in supporting diversity with the emphasis in African-American recruitment into the department. Employee affiliation organizations. We've established relationships with these organizations that have a specific interest in diversity, equity, and inclusion of their underrepresented groups. These organizations consist of the Oscar Joel Bryant Foundation, the Latin American Law Enforcement Association, the Los Angeles Women Police Officer and Associates, and Law Enforcement Association of Asian Pacifics. We've also put in place a diversity hiring committee. We meet twice or once every 2 weeks to discuss issues and concerns as it pertains to barriers that might have a negative or adverse impact, particularly with our diverse candidates. We're also implementing a referral program. We're requesting and partnering with our candidates who are already in the hiring process to provide information on friends and family members that they believe will make good police officers. We are also bolstering our hiring seminars. We're now bolstering our hiring seminars. We're doing them twice a month. Usually we have one, which is a general hiring seminar, and then we host another seminar that is directed at a underrepresented category, African-American, Asian Pacific Islander, and women. During these seminars, we are highlighting different job opportunities. We're discussing in detail the 7-step hiring process. We plan to use the Force Option Simulator to keep candidates engaged and give candidates a hands-on experience on what it's like to respond to calls as an officer. And we also promote the benefits of working with the department. Medical, dental, compressed work schedules, family leave, vacation, and overtime. And then we also have a question and answer period at the end to demystify any of the issues that a candidate may have or any kind of questions or concerns that they have. That's a job with the LAPD. This is another initiative. The Los Angeles Police Department is in direct competition with a lot of other law enforcement agencies that have competitive salaries, competitive benefits, and some competitive incentives. My experience while here at recruitment is what separates us from the others is the Los Angeles Police Department's brand and the amount of opportunities and different work assignments that we have as opposed to our counterparts. As a recruitment strategy, we emphasize the candidates, whatever interest they have, we probably have an assignment that is directly correlated with that interest. Whether it's air support, K9, SWAT, being a teacher or an instructor in the academy, we have something for almost every walk of life. And social media and marketing are one of the ways in which we disseminate this information. We utilize our social media outlets to provide inclusive imagery, inclusive messaging, and inclusive outreach. We use these platforms to post our influencer campaigns. We have launched social media campaigns such as Realize Your Impact, I Am LAPD, Strength Takes Many Forms. We believe these taglines, along with other connected imagery, resonates with our diverse candidates and sheds lights on the inclusivity of the Los Angeles Police Department. We showcase our career opportunities. We also post organic and paid advertisements on these different social media platforms. I want to emphasize these are just a few of the things that we are doing here at Recruitment and Employment Division to achieve the department's hiring goals and the diversity goals. With that, I truly appreciate your time, and I would like to turn it back over to my commanding officer, Captain Aaron McCraney. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Louis. I really appreciate that. I now would like to introduce Mr. Maurice Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen can provide some insight as to what his history is, what his company does, and what he brings to help LAPD to reach some of its diversity recruitment initiatives. Mr. Kitchen?
Thank you. I also want to thank Commissioners Decker and T-Fank for coming to Tolliver's Barbershop over on Florence and Western and finding me and giving me this opportunity. Captain McCraney asked me to speak to you today and give you a brief history on my background and address what I can bring to the team. Basically, I'm here to help you with your messaging that effectively speak to African-American community concerning the department's aggressive recruitment effort. This is particularly due to, for what I understand, the fact that nearly half of the Black officers who are currently on the force are scheduled to retire this year. And in my preparation, it kind of dawned on me that I've never really had to make this type of client-facing presentation before, at least not at this point in the presentation, because typically I'm not the person that you see. That's because for the past 27 years, I've served as a creative consultant, not as to you, the client, but to the agencies that you contract to get the important message out to the African-American community. In short, when you consult the ad agencies, they consult me. Through my career, whenever there's an immediate crisis, when there's an urgent need to get a message out to the community, I'm the one who gets the call. I've worked with agencies like LeGrand Communications, Baldwin Curry and Company, Quigley Simpson, Campbell Ewald, Runyon Saltzman, and Enotion. In the process, we sometimes partner with other agencies of color like Casanova, Lopez and Negretti, Census, Acento, and others. Over the past 5 years, I handled the Cover California account. That's the State Affordable Healthcare Exchange. I was responsible for any of the media that you see in the Black community all across the entire state. During that time, enrollment numbers were going down in other states all around the country. In California, enrollment rose by 3% in the Black community during my tenure. During the height of the AIDS crisis, I got the call to create messaging that conveyed in a loud voice the disproportionate impact that this dreaded new disease was having on the African-American community. I work with the state and local health departments along with private entities to get the word out. Fast forward 20-something years later, once again, I'm hired to get the word out to the community, this time concerning the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, because it is vitally important that the community understand the disproportionate and devastating impact that this disease is having on Black people. My main client in this effort, once again, is the state of California, along with other smaller agency groups, one of them being United Way, whose primary target in this case is people experiencing homelessness with the focus on Black and Latinx. We're encouraging them to get vaccinated, telling them you're important too. Now, you might have seen my work on the bus shelters and bus benches across the state. Recently, when the popular Black Panther actor Chadwick Boseman died of colon cancer, it sounded the alarm for the urgent need to raise the awareness of how prevalent this disease, again, is in our community. Sounds familiar, right? Not only that, but the fact that the survival rate for colon cancer is pretty encouraging with early detection. Last week, I got the call for that assignment. Early in my career, I was responsible for creating and executing the concept and campaign that ultimately won my client the California Lottery account targeting African Americans. Idealistically, I titled that campaign Think Like a Winner. While that presentation won us the $6 million account, by the time the campaign actually reached the market, my so-called conscious crusade was reduced to the simple slogan, as long as I got a ticket, I got a chance. Pardon the poor syntax, but it worked. And I handled the account for 6 years. I helped to promote the CARE program for Southern California Edison and PG&E up north. This was targeted to seniors and those in the community who needed assistance in paying their electric bill. I received numerous awards for my work, and I'm particularly proud of the national recognition I received for my work promoting the various rideshare programs and clean air initiatives and the ambitious collaboration between Caltrans, Metrolink, and the AQMD. Meanwhile, over the last 12 months, I got an opportunity to promote new model releases for Hyundai automakers, again, with the focus on African-American market. Now, my client list is significant because, like the LAPD, many of them involve large bureaucratic agencies with multi-levels of authority for approval. So I know what I'm getting into. I'm an award-winning playwright, director. I was twice nominated for the NAACP Image Award, and I won that. I mention all of this because what it suggests is that the record shows that I can help you effectively and creatively tell your story to the community, the one that you're seeking to reach, African Americans. That's my niche. During these sensitive times, I propose to present the LAPD in what we call a lighter shade of blue. We can engage your target audience in a conversation on your behalf, one that doesn't come off as pandering or patronizing, but earnest, honest, and most of all, transparent with a strong call to action. See yourself in blue. Join the LAPD. Why? Because it's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kitchen. I really appreciate that. And next, I'd like to go to Mr. Anthony Mack. I'd like for him to just discuss a little bit about his involvement with our African-American think tank that's helping us out with some of our recruitment initiatives, and then also have him give some thoughts in general regarding recruitment for LAPD. Mr. Mack?
Thank you so much, Captain McCraney. Hello, Police Chief Michael Moore. Good seeing you. It's been a long time. You're looking great. Commissioner Shoveroff, Mr. T. Fank, my goodness, good seeing all commissioners. Commissioner Bonner, good seeing my brother, and Commissioner Briggs. I don't think we've met in person. It's an honor being in front of all of you. Commissioner Decker, thank you so much for years of servitude. Thank all of you for your time serving and giving. I know it can be sometimes feel like a thankless position that you're in, it feels like just tomatoes being thrown at you, but keep up the good fight. It's clearly doing something right. We have enough folks out there throwing tomatoes, right? So thank you. But to Captain McCraney's point, I'd like to first acknowledge and give thanks for those concerned community leaders that we're all standing together and have been periodically meeting and this has all been out of a passion of concern, care, love for all of our communities, all of our diverse communities that make up Los Angeles. But the progress that we've made to date regarding our concern toward continued diversification among the file and rank of LAPD could not have come this far, even though we've been taking just methodical steps forward, but we could not have come as far as we have had it not been for the efforts of Chief Moore. And I want to thank you personally, Chief Moore. One of the first things that happened that basically kind of gave us a platform, frankly, was Chief Moore assigning Captain McCraney to work with us as that liaison in between, and it's reaping benefits, I believe. You know, a lot of times when you're down the trenches, it's really hard to see the progress you're making, but thanks to the communication from Chief Moore, working closely with Captain McCraney, and Captain McCraney working closely with our group, and of course our group working, you know, in our various positions with the community, you know, all together, I see the, you know, progress we're making. During our meetings, we've met numerous times and we've been outlining, we first started out just trying to frankly understand kind of what's behind the curtain, right? A lot of times it seems like an easy fix, but you know, we start out first by, of course, vetting our concerns as a group regarding making sure that the incoming classes of LAPD are more diversified. I was frankly shocked. I'm just being frank with you, I was stunned, the lack of diversity as far as the African American community, you know, representation of women of color, frankly, you know, the representation of more Asian Americans, frankly, mixed into the group. But, you know, we also came open to understand why is this, right? And it's became apparently clear, it's not as if, you know, we don't want to hire more diversity. It's just you know, we started understanding more hurdles and challenges. And so we got into what are the various hiring options. We've been discussing that. What are the historical hiring practice challenges? You know, and Chief Moore, to his credit, again, he's been open to, you know, doing what he can, what makes sense, but if safety comes first, just, you know, what makes the best sense and what can we try to, you know, upgrade, you know, kind of come to the 21st century in terms of what we're looking for as far as requirements, but still, you know, we've got to make sure that it's making sense in terms of hiring practices. And also we addressed and we discussed regarding physical, social, and mental health training, trying to understand the training component more, and what's involved in comparing to who we're looking to hire on board or consider to hire, right? It's got to be a match. And also just studying, reviewing data statistical regarding recruitment classes, you know, what goes into the numbers, why is it based upon population demographics and how those have shifted, even though it may look one way on the ground, it's really, you know, things change in time, right? We just had an election, you know, the demographics there, everything changes in time. So that's kind of an up-to-date where we are, what we've been discussing. In my view, you know, over the next 90 days, and I look forward and feel as though it should come back to kind of give a 90-day like update, kind of where we are. I believe that we need to institute financial support behind a diverse, sensitive marketing and advertisement firm to frankly assist and continue to assist and consult in the recruitment process to assure that we're hitting those target data points as it comes to diversity. I think it's critical. I think it's critical that we hire the right firm, not just to put a firm in place to check the box that we have a firm in place that's diverse. We want a firm that actually walks the talk and actually has a history of success, you know, hitting the mark target marketing in terms of what we're looking to accomplish here that fits for recruitment of LAPD cadets. We need to engage with an external firm, I'd recommend, within the next 90 days that assists in vetting potential candidates, kind of looks behind that curtain. And I'm sure it's probably already in place. So some of this I may be saying that it's already in place, but we need to really lean on that to make sure we're getting right candidates in place. Oh, here's something else as well that I think we really should look at and consider, Captain. I think in terms of from a budgeting standpoint, we need to have some type of monies that we're able to, frankly, and just for example, say set up a booth. I'm speaking in terms of our group, our think tank group, set up a booth. And I'm just throwing some examples like at a junior college so that we can actually get involved to help recruit potential candidates, to actually talk to them as concerned leaders from the community in terms of think in terms of kind of like in-person TED Talks, right? To actually go out and to through the LA region to assist in the recruitment process so that a lot of times people feel much more comfortable speaking to folks they can relate to. Now they may not relate to me because I'm a white-haired old man in their eyes, right? But I am a community leader from the community that they may feel a little comfort speaking to. I also think that we need to take folk like Cowboy, Chief Cowboy. Let's take folk that we had recruited years ago. And I know we're doing these things, but let's look at today's folks who have recently retired. Let's pull them out in some of these booths around, and I just use junior college as an example, and some of the 4-year colleges nearby. But let's get them out there and see if they can talk and to assist in the recruitment effort as well. And I know there's some folks that do want to give back in that regard. It's just a matter of getting them involved in the process. Again, this takes money, it takes budget, it takes planning and coordination. But these are just a couple ideas I think maybe we could mix in with the other great processes that you're already working with currently that I believe will help assist the recruitment process. And in closing, again, I think we should just look at this day as a day where we could just benchmark, kind of looking out the next 90 days. I've got no problem circling back, giving an update of kind of where we are so that we could keep kind of that, that checklist or that task report in terms of making sure that we're moving the ball forward. And that is it. Thank you so much for this opportunity to meet all of you and continued health and wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mack. On behalf of the team, I'd like to thank you all for taking the time to listen to some of the things we said, some of our thoughts, some ideas, and some of the things that's going on for us in recruitment. And right now, I welcome any comments or any questions you may have for us.
Thank you, Captain McRaney. And thank all of you, Sergeant Lavender, Mr. Kitchen, Mr. Mack. This has been a very helpful presentation. As you probably are aware, I've said it repeatedly since joining the commission, I've been extremely concerned about diversity and increasing the roles of Black Americans in the LAPD as well as women. The numbers that were presented here today as to this current class of only, I believe, 3% African Americans and 9% women. That is shocking.
Sir, 19% women.
Oh, 19. Okay, sorry. I don't want to undercount you, but nonetheless, 19% women when women make up more than 50% of our general population. These are numbers that we have to turn around. And as I've mentioned to you repeatedly, I believe that our community, the Black community here in Los Angeles, would be well served to basically see more of themselves in the officers who police them. And I firmly believe that. With respect to the reaching out to some of the HBCUs, Sergeant Lavender, are you there?
Yes, sir.
I have some questions. I know you mentioned Fayetteville. Can you tell me how many HBCUs the department has reached out to?
Reached out to
Well,
countless.
it actively gone to
Okay.
the school, has advertised in the school newspapers, has reached out to faculty, has presented booths at hiring programs, or when HBCUs get together, for potential job fairs. We've gone to those types of things. Can you quantify that for me if you could?
Yes. So as far as traveling to the schools, I believe there was 6, if I'm not mistaken, that we've actually traveled to. But whenever there's Black Expos here in the city of Los Angeles, we're attending all of those events. Anything dealing with HBCUs in or near the Los Angeles area, we are present. And we're setting up booths. We're in contact right now with the national organization, but they have seminars, a huge seminar that they host at the Staples Center. That's going to be in February, that we've already reached out to set up a booth there. So we are actively doing everything that we can with African-American recruitment, especially with the HBCUs, and working with the Divine Nine whenever they host any kind of event, making sure that we're present, that we're engaging, and that we're discussing career opportunities and demystifying some of those concerns that they have with the Los Angeles Police Department.
And
Thank you, Senator.
Commissioner, if I can add also, we were very restricted in our ability to travel. We just received a budget within this last year to actually do things like do some traveling outside the state. We've done some remote recruitment. We've done some ads and things like that in the past, but we have been very, very limited. So just when we started to get going on doing some out-of-state traveling, we got shut down with the pandemic. But it is something that, that is a part of our agenda to do.
Hey, thank you, Captain McCraney and Sergeant Lavender. If I may make a suggestion, you're probably aware that I am a product of an HBCU. And I'm, a native from Los Angeles as well. I understand that there are several officers on the LAPD who are also graduates of HBCUs. I would suggest that we identify those officers and use them in their contacts with their schools. I also understand that there are at least 73 out of 100 plus HBCUs that have law enforcement programs, some of which are post-certification programs, as I understand it. I would suggest that we, at a bare minimum, advertise at those schools through their school newspapers, through the individuals who head those particular programs. This might provide us with a further avenue into individuals who have already self-identified themselves as interested in pursuing a career in law enforcement. I understand, as Sergeant Lavender pointed out, there are challenges for those who would seek to come across this country to Los Angeles, particularly with housing and the cost differential of where they're currently living versus here in California. But nonetheless, those are challenges I think that we can meet through your think tank, putting their heads together as to how, once we get them here or are interested in them coming here, how we keep them here. But I think we have to increase the applicant pool. And if it's known that we have 73 HBCUs that have law enforcement programs, and therefore individuals who have said, this is a career that I'm interested in pursuing, it seems to me that that is fertile ground for us to pursue, and particularly with college graduates. It's going to come up later this year. We're going to have a presentation before the commission, but I want to see the LAPD attract more individuals with college degrees, or who, once they get into the LAPD, will themselves pursue a college degree, because I think it helps with critical thinking. It helps overall make a better officer. And not to mention the fact that, as I understand it, for promotional purposes, it's one of the qualifications. So I would just encourage you, Captain McCraney, Sergeant Lavender, and Mr. Kitchen, in terms of messaging for those HBCUs, that is something that is pursued. I don't want to take up too much more time. I'm going to ask whether or not there are any other commissioners who have some questions or comments on this most pressing topic. Commissioner Bonner, do you? Please go ahead.
Thank you. I do. And I have 3 questions. And so what I'm going to do is just put them all out, just ask them all at one time, and then people can kind of collect a couple thoughts if they care to comment. The first one probably is appropriate for some combination of Sergeant Lavender, Mr. Kitchen, and maybe Mr. Mack. And the question is we've had a lot of conversation about like the messaging and the approach and so on. But one question is what we currently know about the recipient's perception. So the people to whom all the messaging is directed. What is the mechanism that we have to get feedback on what's resonating, what's not, what is really effective, and what concerns might be on that end of it? That's one question. Probably for Captain McCraney or anyone, but the other question is what do we know about other law enforcement agencies and what success, if any, they are having in the diversity front, so that we're have a better understanding really as to where LAPD fits, and to understand, are there other departments that are more successful in achieving different levels of diversity, whether it's with women or African Americans or what have you, and just to understand how that compares to the LAPD. And then finally, similar or related question is, has there ever been, and why could there not be a more collaborative effort across the law enforcement profession to attract, just to try to grow the universe of candidates? And I know that agencies are very competitive, that you're competing with the Sheriff's Department, the CHP, and all the other city departments and so on. But I just wonder why this can't be approached similar to the community college system, where there's one portal for someone, who can go to a statewide portal that tells them a lot of basic information about what it takes to get into any of the 33 California community colleges. And there's a drop-down menu where you can then identify and direct your attention to any given institution, if you will, and get information. So it's just that question of why can't law enforcement, because my perception is the challenge is probably pretty similar to a lot of agencies. I know there's different requirements to be in the FBI versus, a Sheriff's Department and local policing and so on. But it just seems to me that there's potentially some value in law enforcement doing a better job of working more collaboratively to share cost and approach and so on, to just grow that universe of people who have that interest and inclination to put on a uniform and a badge and serve, and then at least get them in the system and let them then sort themselves out as to whether they're better suited for the FBI or LAPD or one organization or the other. But so those are the 3 questions: is what do we know coming from the other side of the equation? What do we know about other departments or agencies, and why can't there be a more collaborative effort across law enforcement?
I think the first question went to our community panels. So let's
Yeah, Mr. Kitchen or
Okay, yeah,
I think go ahead, Mr. Kitchens.
You had asked about feedback in terms of what the community, is there any research or what have you? From the community standpoint, we are the research. Mr. T. Fank and the president of the commission, they came to Weston and Florence. That's where they found us. We are in the community. We hear the concerns. We address some of these concerns on our own. We so we're developing that type of messaging to address the stuff that we hear on a daily basis. We live in the community, we understand the concerns, and we, on the initial phase of this, we're not necessarily trying to change the perception of the LAPD, but we're trying to expand the perception and show other sides of it. That's why we call the initial rollout a lighter shade of blue. There's other aspects of what the LAPD presents other than the perceptions that you spoke of in the community. So it's a long-term and a multi-pronged approach to expanding the perception of the LAPD and addressing those current concerns and feedback that we've heard. And again, I've done this for a number of years for multiple agencies. So in terms of research on how the messaging is impacted in the community, we've done this with research and just through experience over a number of years.
And if I may add, I second everything that Mr. Kitchens has expressed. I am too from the community, born and raised off Crenshaw and Jefferson. A number of my officers who work here in recruitment are from the community as well. And in addition to us collectively coming together and looking at the messaging, we also, working with our Public Safety Bureau, we've invited citizens that are from the community that are not in law enforcement, and we present them with certain ideas, certain imagery, and discuss things that we're doing here and getting their direct feedback, as well as all of the things that Mr. Maurice Kitchens is doing. So we come together with different ideas and we bounce them off of each other. And of course, our captain is involved with that, ensuring that all that is taking place before we put anything out.
Appreciate that. Captain McCraney, you want to comment briefly on the question about other agencies and potentially more collaboration?
Sure. That's a difficult question because I think the main thing is that we are very, very competitive. However, we do work closely with other agencies. You know, I've had many meetings, for example, with the LASD, the Sheriff's Department, and we've discussed some of our mutual concerns. I attend national forums, so I speak with agencies across the nation to get a feel for what are their issues, what are their concerns, what new ideas they have, what measures are put in place. But sir, I can also tell you that I personally get many calls from other agencies trying to figure out what it is that we're doing in Los Angeles. I think if you take a look at, you know, what we do as far as our marketing, as far as our advertisement, you take a look at our Join LAPD website, I think generally speaking that we are, you know, one of the leaders out there when it comes to recruitment, especially when it comes to diversity recruitment. Generally speaking, in most categories, like for example, well, in most categories, you know, we're well beyond most agencies. The national average for women is 12%. And while we've been stuck at around 19%, we're still considerably higher than most. And we definitely have put measures in place and put the commitment in place to improve on those numbers. So, but I hear what you're saying, and I most certainly am open and welcome any other support. But it is very, very competitive. I mean, even within our city is competitive because even though, you know, we're with the Los Angeles Police Department, there's also LAWA, which is, you know, LAX, which has their own police department that they're hiring from. And then we have the Port Police Department, which, you know, they're hiring from, and we're all going for the same candidates. And, you know, so there's some infighting here in the city, let alone outside the county and then to the neighboring states and all across the nation.
And if I might add, as a board member with the Police Executive Research Forum, tomorrow we're actually part of a 3-city town hall meeting that ourselves, Louisville, Kentucky, and Charlotte, I believe, are the 3 major cities that will be doing a town hall question and answer. And one of the topics is recruitment, and particularly recruitment in our diverse communities, the African American community, and also gender diversity and building women amongst our ranks. And interestingly, Captain McCraney will be on there as well as Chief Reyna. And one of the things that we talked about, shared with me as well, we really don't want to share our secrets. They're kind of a secret sauce of what we're doing here. And so it speaks to the fact that they have high demands on them to find effective strategies that reach a diverse community that attracts them to this agency in a market that is very hot. That when you find qualified candidates, that in a field today, there's a lot of people competing for those qualified individuals. So, but nonetheless, we're on there tomorrow, and we're going to share openly, because we do think what was Sergeant Lavender indicated, and Captain McCraney, we have a great brand. We have a tremendous department that has many opportunities. We're the second largest city in the country, and we have a future in law enforcement, and be a part of it here with sensitivity to the continued transformation of policing. So we're proud, but we are joining the national level to find ways to find how are they successful, the niches that may be in one particular area or another, say with women, what are they doing? This is where we get our ideas about job redesigns. For instance, on women, I'll close. When we did our travel and look at what's happening in Great Britain and Scotland and their higher representation of women within that workforce, when we look at what's behind that, we see that the redesign of of mid-career professionals within law enforcement, those agencies, the agencies there that changed that 15, 20 years ago, were able to build gender diversity and enrich it much. And that's one of the things that now Commander Flores is working on with our personnel department to see how we can improve what it means to be a woman on this job in this American society of norms that make it a better and more even playing field for them to be effective as members of law enforcement.
Well, I appreciate that, Chief. I would just say relative to the competition, part of it, I would just say that, all of us, or at least speaking for myself, sometimes I can be done in by my own, sense of pride and ego, right? If not kept in check, they can overtake you. And there's just the comparison I'm making here is that I understand and appreciate the spirit of competition and so on amongst various agencies, for each has their different traditions and a lot of other things that go into it. But the flip side of that, at least, is that if the broad, societal interest is in looking at the profession, the institution of policing, its continued connection, with society at large, the public at large, and communities, and so on, then there's a broad interest that I would just argue now may not be the time for everybody to be squirreling away strategies and say, hey, if there's one out there, I got to come here. There are any number of people who might go onto a portal thinking that I'm going to look into the West Covina Police Department and then decide, hey, you know what? I see some information here on LAPD. I think I can step up. I'm ready for LAPD. I'm going to check it out, and it may go the other way. Who knows? But anyway, I just suggest that if it's correct that this is a challenge for all departments, and I'm not counting a place like, say, Philly or Chicago or somewhere that may have different demographics than we have here in Los Angeles. But if it's a problem, then we should be looking for how to grow the entire pie, and people will make decisions that will then sort out, across agencies. So just encourage you again to give that some continued thought, to not displace or replace any particular strategies that have your secret sauce and your competitive edge, but some element of that I think should be potentially more collaborative than it probably is.
One, I agree with you 1,000%. We want to share and improve the entire profession. One last point, though, I want to make particular and critical importance of the next 6 months to a year for our success in this area. We must build more background investigators capacity. The single most important aspect of us reaching and deepening our diversity, as well as the number of qualified individuals that we seek, is seeing the personnel department achieve, after severe reductions in their staffing, the needed number of background investigators to process hundreds of applicants that we receive each month. That is an absolute critical function. Our next year, this next 12 months, will involve dedicating funding on marketing, outreach, and diversity, influenced by members on our community committee, and certainly the wisdom of our recruitment. And I'm confident that we will hit and identify targeted markets that will find applicants. What I worry about immensely is that we cannot control the background process because of the relegations of assignments and the sharp and significant shortage of personnel that exists within personnel department for that task. We have loaned personnel for the last 5 years to supplant them, to add to their capabilities. We're currently looking it's necessary for us to loan an additional dozen individuals. We've got to improve and fix that. And I want to make sure that in this group of the people that we have tasked with this, they kind of moved over it. And I want to make sure that we land squarely that our success in this next 12 months requires our city's improvement in this area.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Bonner, did you have any additional questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mack, I know that you had had your hand up several times. I'm sorry, sir, that I did not see it. Would you please go ahead? I know you wanted to say something and contribute to this discussion.
No, absolutely. First, I wanted to say, Commissioner Bonner, thanks for bringing that question up. It's a great question. And again, that's a key point, Chief Moore, you just pointed out. I was not aware of that. I mean, that is critical. Just from the data points that I know we learned on the committee in terms of just the volume, this number of applications that come in to process it, right? That's critical. But I actually had a couple of questions, and you kind of mentioned it, Commissioner Briggs, and that is, I too am a product of HBCU, Morehouse College. And I cannot remember, one time, of course, that was a long time ago, if they had any type of like orientation class or something somehow. And you've mentioned many times, Bonner, and that is, the messaging is so important, that the messaging, gets out to potential candidates. And I was wondering if there's ever been in our schools, and it sounds like there is, but if there's some type of orientation course that could be weaved in to enlighten students in terms of the opportunities within law enforcement, whether you're looking to study law, accounting, whatever, that there's opportunities in that industry. But the other thing I want to point out was, consistency as well. There was some great progress made. I don't want to misquote stats, Captain McCraney, but there's some great progress made before pound of flesh was taken out of Chief Moore's budget, right? I mean, there was progress made in terms of those numbers going up in terms of bringing in potential candidates from the African American community, for example, from as far as women being recruited, and they're in the pipeline, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, correct, McCraney. They're in the pipeline, but it got shut right off when the budget was reduced drastically. So I think if we can continue to, keep the budget going, it starts and ends with the money, right? The bottom line is the bottom line. In order for these processes to continue to flourish, the machine to flourish, to do the background checks, for example, then it's just a matter of commitment. Do we have the commitment to want to diversify and make the right hiring decisions? And it may call for retooling the system a little bit in terms of, really taking closely that candidate. What can we do to clean that candidate up to make them a viable candidate, if they didn't pass the sniff test the first time? So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Commissioner Decker, did you have any comments?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Much appreciated. Just really a comment first. Mr. Kitchen, so nice to see you again. What a pleasure it was to meet you at Tolliver's. It seems like yesterday, but of course it was pre-pandemic when we were all meeting in person. So it's wonderful to see you again. And I want to commend you. We spoke that day, myself, Mr. Tiefenk, explained the challenge in recruiting, and you came forward to offer your services. So thank you, sir, for engaging with the department. Much appreciated for you standing up and trying to help solve these problems.
That's an opportunity.
Well, our collective pleasure, sir. And Mr. Mack, I do want to give my acknowledgement to you too. How wonderful it is to see you and to see you continue your family's legacy of commitment to public service and to positive contributions to the LAPD. So thank you for being here today. And it's very clear from your presentation how dedicated you have been to and your involvement in this process. So thank you as well, sir. So nice to see you here with us. And my only comment, you're welcome, sir. And my only comment, and I know the department is deeply committed to improving the numbers of women, the number of women of color, and that the numbers as have been reflected today, 3% African American, 19% women, 8% AAPI, tragically low. And we have to figure out how to break those barriers, particularly as to women of color in the department. And so I know the department is committed to it, but I also ask you, Captain McCraney, as you're permitted to travel again in the future and go execute the plan that you have, to be sure that that women from your department are part of the teams being sent out. I think we all know, unless you see someone in that role, it's sometimes very difficult to see yourself in that role. And so I know you have a robust team of recruiters, a number of women. I've been to many of their events, but as the pandemic hopefully is waning, hopefully, and as public meetings and travel is more, that you have a more robust opportunity to do that, to please see, sir, that the women in your department are also the ones going out and being the face of the department. It will help, as you know, to ensure that we get more women signing up and have a broader recruitment base to choose from. So thank you for the presentation today. Captain McCraney, I certainly want to give you a chance to respond if you want to, but it was more of an overall comment. I know there's a deep commitment, but I just want to be sure that as this the opportunities arise to do the in-person recruiting, that the recruiters are reflected in what we're trying to achieve.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you very much. And I 100% agree with you. And I think that if you took a look at recruitment and employment division, you'll probably find that we probably are, without a doubt, the most diverse division in the department. And that is reflective of because of where we go and you know, who we try to go before. And we want them to see they have good representation. That's one of our biggest things. We want for people to not necessarily see us, but see themselves in this position. Exactly. And so, as a matter of fact, we, you know, a few months ago, we took a trip to, where did we go? Philadelphia, Tennessee, went to Tennessee, and it was for some recruitment training. And actually, with the exception of me, they were all females that went on that trip to get some training in that area and to meet and talk to other agencies to find out exactly, you know, what it is they're doing and things that we can do better. So I hear you very clearly. We are definitely committed to that, and we'll continue that agenda as we move forward.
Thank you, Captain. And not too often have I heard people confuse Tennessee and Philadelphia, but it's been a long day. I get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Kalache, did you have any questions?
I have some questions, but I'm going to hold off. But I did want to just say that I've been looking at your Join LAPD website, and it's actually really good. I would add some of the images that we saw earlier to it, but it's a really good website. We just got to get people to start using it. So congrats on the website.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalache. Commissioner Sobroff, did you have any comments?
Other than what's been appropriately discussed, which I think everything has, one thing hasn't, and that is officers recruiting other officers. They're extremely effective when they want to. Officers recruiting neighbors, recruiting family members. I thought that video was super. And I know that the percentage of officers that are willing to go out and tell their friends or neighbors or family to become a law enforcement person is probably down now. The industry is under siege. The officers don't feel appreciated for doing their job. But those that are here with us and those that are around the country and members of the many tens of thousands of police agencies around the country are twice as citizens, all I can tell you. And they do a great job. And so have you guys discussed the involvement of the rank and file in recruiting their friends and neighbors?
Sir, yes, absolutely. You know, several years ago, we had a program called the PORIP, which was the Police Officer Recruitment Incentive Plan. And it was actually a program that incentivized police officers to recruit and bring people into the department, but it was also offered to organizations like churches and other nonprofit organizations to recruit and bring people into the police department. We have been working on encouraging and going out to the field and talking to our different police divisions, encourage them to recruit people to come into the department. So that is high on our agenda. But also we're going to expand on that, because something that happened during the pandemic is that since we were not able to go out and do in-person recruiting, we really focused on the candidates we had in our hiring pool. Unfortunately, I have thousands of candidates, but I don't have, you know, a one-to-one ratio with my recruiters. So what we're looking to do is that we're looking to expand that concept so that we can match potential recruits, prospects or candidates with officers on this job, to kind of be a mentor to them, that as they go through this process, they'll have a better connection with someone on this department. And the whole idea being is that we don't want it to stop just when they're a prospect, but after, you know, they go through the hiring process, they get hired, or we still want to have that mentor relationship with them when they're in training, when they're in the academy. And we don't want to stop there either. Once they pass academy and they go into the field as a probation officer, we still want to have someone that's going to be there to mentor for them. And even beyond that, once they become a seasoned officer, to always have that mentor relationship. So absolutely, sir, this is something that we are putting in place, and we recognize the value. And, you know, my division is not that big. I don't have that many recruiters, but I do have access to almost 10,000 on this department that perhaps we can utilize to better reach out to the community.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Commissioner Soboroff?
No, sir.
Thank you for that. Captain McRaney, thank you for a very illuminating presentation today. As you know, I'm passionate about this subject, so I'm going to check in with you regularly on this issue. Sergeant Lavender, that goes for you too. Mr. Mack, Mr. Kitchen, thank you both for everything that you're doing for us and for the department, and more generally for the city at large. Because it shows that you care about our city, which all the commissioners and everyone on this here today is demonstrating by just simply being present. I look forward to working with you all. As Chief Moore pointed out, there is one piece to this that we're going to have to get on board, and that is more background checkers. We're going to have to beef that up. And so I think I know what we need to do in order to encourage that element to be put into place, and we'll take those necessary steps as well. But I want to thank everyone who participated in this presentation today, and have a great day. Thank you very much. We'll now move to item 4D on the agenda, and that is with Director Elizabeth Rose. Thank you.
Good morning, or sorry, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
So sometimes they say timing is everything, and I realize this is the near end of a very robust agenda. So I'd like to just give you a roadmap of what I am going to talk about briefly before entertaining questions. I'd like to break my presentation down into three things. The first would be the impetus behind the change of the F5 policy. Second would be how it's changed. And the third would be to address some of the comments that were stated earlier today. So the reason for this change was the OIG's stop report that came out last year that had certain recommendations with regard to FI cards or field interview reports. They noted that they were completed at different rates by different types of units. And while cognizant of the fact that there was helpful info for investigations, the info or the information on the cards was not necessarily appropriate for routine traffic stops. They made 4 recommendations, 3 of which are substantially addressed in this policy. The first one was the completion of the field interview reports. The second one was about information on the field interview reports. The third one was the digitization and streamlining of the reports. And the fourth was the retention period. So going over those recommendations as to the first about the completion of and what should be, when they should be completed, that is substantially found in the first paragraph of the new policy and the bullets beneath that first paragraph. The second portion of that recommendation was to ensure that completion of the FIs was not random. And the second paragraph of the policy discusses the fact that it should be neither random, arbitrary, or bias. And that's the mostly bolded second paragraph. The third, with regard to the completion of the FIs, was to remove language. And while it is difficult to point to where the language is removed, given that this is a new policy, removal of business addresses, schools, union affiliations, social security numbers, and gang membership identification was all removed. As the commission is well aware, the department got out of CalGang some time ago. The OIG also recommended that completion should not prolong a stop, and that is the bold section of paragraph 3 in this policy. The third paragraph, you will note that it says completion of an FI card shall not unnecessarily prolong a stop, and the lack of obligation to answer any questions for the sole purpose of an FI card. There may be some other reasons for asking certain questions, but not for the sole purpose of an FI card. And that's found in paragraphs 4 and 5, all on the first page. The second recommendation from the IG was about the information that actually would be collected on the FI. And the guidelines as to what should be included are the bullet points below paragraph 3. So the second set of bullet points on that first page. Also, the note thereafter discusses that the FI card is meant to record facts and not conclusions or opinions. The IG also asked that on the FI card, it should be noted when information comes somewhere other than the interview. And that you can see on paragraph 2, the last full page 2, the last full paragraph, and on the card itself that talks about multiple sources. There's a box on the card, and it allows an officer to record where the information would come from. There, as I stated before, the social security number is gone, and that is specifically addressed in paragraph 10 on page 2. And the idea that these should be completed as soon as practicable is also in paragraph 3 on page 1. Recommendation 3 for the OIG's report was a digitization and streamlining of the card. While this is still, as you can see, a paper form, and so that recommendation has not been completed. There is a streamlining, and there was an attempt to make, even on the paper form, the ability to record information rather than conclusions or opinions. And you can see that the backside of the card is now much more free form than it was. Finally, the fourth recommendation was as to the retention period, and that is found already in our policy, and it's on page 3 of this policy itself, but it is 2 years in the area of occurrence and then 3 years thereafter, which is consistent with department and city policy on that issue. So now turning to what was discussed during the period of public comment about the information on the FIs. This policy is more explicit and at the same time nuanced in the manner that information about investigations will be collected. And it's based on reasonable suspicion or documented criminal activity, as you can see in the first 2 bullets in paragraph 1. It is a policy that effectuates the recommendations of the Office of the Inspector General, and it is a desire, as with most policies, to create a balance in both serving the community in a protection category without being over-intrusive. This policy does that by directing limitations as to when FIs can be filled out and what is collected, as well as making sure that the time it takes and any intrusion would therefore be limited. As to what is collected, the expectation is that these reports can be used for investigations and results, and social media, email are ways that people communicate. And so to not ask for some of those things that could be helpful in investigation would really do a disservice to what these FIs can actually accomplish. Of course, looking into those would only be done when an investigation needs to do this, but it allows for the ability to investigate based on information. And so that, I hope concisely, but with some amount of comprehension, discusses the changes and the reasons for those changes in this new FI policy.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. I'm going to open it up to questions and comments from some of the commissioners. Commissioner Bonner.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy. I do have a couple of questions. One is on the what I believe is the first page of the special order. There's a note there that that says that the number of FI cards should not be used as the sole measure of an officer's productivity. And one question there is, I didn't go back to cross-reference the section 203.10 of the manual, which is what's being referred to there. But one question is that discretionary in saying that it should not be one of the, the sole measure of productivity? Is there some wiggle room being left there, or is that really a shall not be or may not be? So that's one question is to clarify the reference to should versus shall not or may not. And the other is if it's saying that it can't be the sole measure of productivity, how is it weighted? Is it, how much of a factor is it in measuring officer productivity?
So I know you didn't look at the other portion, which it references, and 3203.10 does say this exact same thing, that the number of FIs an officer produces should not be used as the sole measure of an officer's productivity. I think it is all case by case and situationally dependent. If there are, as you know, from this policy and previous discussions, FI cards are used for witnesses, consensual interviews, and arrests. So if an FI card would not be filled out, that could be problematic if it should have been. On the other hand, it shouldn't be used, as the sole portion. So there should be clear that there is no quota, that there is no obligation to just go around and fill them out. Additionally, the policy says specifically and very directly that they should not be used in an arbitrary, bias, or random way. And so, I can't give you a specific, it is for 20%, because this is a case-by-case basis with some amount of discretion, but also some amount of understanding that it can be and is a effective tool, but it has to be used properly and appropriately.
Okay, so you're saying that some supervisors or whomever measure productivity in some cases can consider the number of FI cards that an officer completes.
Well, I'm saying that there are circumstances.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm saying that there are circumstances in which an FI card should be completed, but those are not random or arbitrary, and that it shouldn't be counted as the measure of productivity, but rather things should be looked at in a totality of the situation.
Right, no, I understand. So, and it's one thing for you and I to have this conversation here, in this context. What I'm really trying to understand, just as a practical matter, really is how much latitude does anybody, whoever it is, even that measures productivity, whether it's a supervisor or anyone else in the command staff, how much latitude is there really for someone who may have a different view to read the manual and says, hey, this says I shouldn't consider this as a sole factor, and but for my particular reason and my unit, that's really what I look at. How much room is there for an individual who's engaged in measuring productivity? How much room do they really have to default to a measurement of FI cards?
I guess, again, that's a mathematical problem that has too many variables. There are witnesses, there are victims, there are suspected suspects, there are arrestees. So, how and when it is looked at for productivity is a variety of different topics, but it cannot be used as the sole source sort of ever. So I think that, again, I don't want to sound like the courts and not give an exact answer, but I think that one has to look at the facts and circumstances of the different commands and what is trying to be accomplished and who was interviewed and who was talked to, and what is the purpose of each of those FI cards to get a full picture. And even then, just an FI card is not the sole basis of productivity.
And Commissioner, to add to that, it's a qualitative measure, and the shortest answer would be, we don't measure activities. We do not have quotas on arrests, on citations, on completion of FIs. That is a golden rule of law enforcement, that you do not establish a quota system on any measure, because officers' actions need to be based on, and the review of their actions need to be based on individual circumstances, the roles and responsibilities they have. So this is it's meant to also, however, as the way it's described, it's meant to ensure that an officer who goes out and is assigned to say the person is doing DUI enforcement, driving under influence, we complete a field report on every arrestee. And that has a material meaning for that, and it's a requirement. If you made 12 arrests over the course of the month for DUIs and you had 0 FIs, then it would be a clue to say, where are your, how are you fulfilling your responsibilities in regards to how a field interview report is completed. So, but then again, even like DUIs, we don't have we track the number of DUI arrests to understand officers and how they're going out conducting their activities. And it's a qualitative measure. It's not we look at the quantitative number, but a qualitative evaluation.
Okay, so that's fine. Just encourage you in some future cleanup or looking at the language. To me, when you got something that says you shouldn't do this, one might just think you're saying that's discouraged. You'd prefer that they not do it. that's different when you have a long list of other situations where something says you shall not do this or you may not do this. So just consider in some future. The other question just is either Chief or Ms. Rose, can you clarify the situation with the social media? Also, I haven't gone back and done all my homework on this, but aren't there many, if not most cases where if I'm just stopped by the police that I don't have to answer all these questions if isn't that right? So, I mean, if I'm just a person who's driving along and I'm pulled over, so I don't have to provide social media or any particular information that the officer may choose to ask for. So can you clarify what the situation is relative to that?
Sure. As to the obligation, I would direct your attention to the fourth full paragraph in page 1 of the policy, which indicates that an individual is not obligated to answer questions for the sole purpose. That was one of the things that came out of the IG's report in their recommendation, their first recommendation, and it's been put into the policy. Paragraph 5 on the next page, or on that page, and continuing to the next page, discusses that as well. As to the other, as to why it may be collected, it is a way that people communicate, certainly today, and could be important in an investigation with regard to a victim or a witness or a suspect. So while not required to answer that for the sole purpose of filling out the FI card, it's often useful information, and it is often the best way to get in touch or discuss things with people.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker, did you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Just briefly, Ms. Rose, thank you for your presentation and also for the organization so we could follow through along with you and reflecting back on the Inspector General's report that I believe we received last year. I did miss one part of your presentation. It's not that it wasn't thorough, it's that I missed it. So I wonder if you can clarify for me, and that is the digitization of the material not completed. I wonder if you could just explain that a little more thoroughly to me, or again, if I missed it.
No, it was not you missing it. We have not complete. So the Inspector General, as I know you are aware, had 18 recommendations. They were broken down into categories. One of the categories was FIs. In that FI category, there were 4 recommendations. As to the third recommendation, it was to digitize the FI card. While there is a digital FI card, it is not frequently used. And as I think the Commission is aware, the department is attempting to increase its ability with its IT department to, for lack of a better term, put things online. We are working with other data, and this would be part of that. But I would not say that this is a that portion of the Inspector General's recommendations have been completed.
Understood. And obviously that wouldn't be part of the policy in any case. I just wanted to understand where the department was with respect to that. And it's an ongoing process. I understand that. So thank you for that clarity. And just to close the loop, at least for me, I just want to ask the Inspector General's office. I know you've had an opportunity to review this. I just want to get your concurrence that, or get your opinion as to whether you concur with the policy, the FI card, and whether it's consistent with the goals of the report that you provided to the Commission.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. So the IG's office consulted extensively with the department during the development of this policy, and it does adequately address the recommendations that were made previously.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I have no further questions, Commissioner Briggs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Mr. Kalante, I see your mic is open.
Yes, one quick question. Director Rhodes, what is our policy for conducting an FI with a minor? Does the department have a policy on that?
Commissioner Kalanchi, that's a good question, and I'm going to have to get back to you on the answer for that.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. That's it, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalache. Commissioner Sobroff, did you have questions? Director Rose, thank you very much for that. At present, I move that we approve the department's report relative to field interviews and field interview reports. Is there a second?
I second it.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And that ends our open session for now. We'll now go into closed session. I would suggest we start closed session at 2 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda item 5A1 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Guess we're just waiting on Commissioner Soboroff. Or did he log off?
Well, we have a quorum.
Okay, then we'll move forward. Mr. Teefank, would you please read back the results of closed session?
Yes, Mr. President, Commission concluded its work in closed session related to item 5A1, officer involved shooting number 049-20. Let the record reflect Commissioner Bonner was not in closed session. However, Commissioner Soboroff was. The commission unanimously adopted the chief's recommendations on a 4-0 vote. Those recommendations were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 Sergeant 1, 1 Police Officer 2, administrative disapproval, 1 Police Officer 3, 2 Police Officer 2s, 1 Police Officer 1. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 Police Officer 3, 2 Police Officer 2s, 1 Police Officer 1. Lethal use of force out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 Police Officer 3. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Teefank. At this time, there being no further business before the commission, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.